네, 여러분 안녕하세요. 지금부터 중앙일보와 전략국제문제연구소 CSIS가 공동 주최하고 JTBC와 재단법인 한반도 평화만들기당
Ilbo and CSIS, joined by JTBC and Korea Peace Foundation.
저는 오늘 진행을
I am
맡은 JTBC
JTBC
아나운서
presenter Song
송민규입니다.
Min-kyo. I will be
반갑습니다.
leading you throughout the forum.
Good morning and welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us for the JoongAng Ilbo-CSIS Forum 2024 hosted by JoongAng Ilbo and CSIS. I am Song Min-kyo, presenter of JTBC. 자, 오늘 귀한 걸음 함께 해주신 내배빈 여러분께 모두를 대표해서
Thank you
감사
very much
인사를
for
먼저
joining us
드립니다.
today. I would like to thank you on behalf of the host. The JoongAng Ilbo-CSIS Forum has attracted high attention from stakeholders every year by diagnosing the security situation on the Korean peninsula with timely topics and suggesting ways forward. Currently, the security situation on the Korean peninsula is under increasing tension as North Korea, China, and Russia deepen their ties amid ongoing U.S.-China conflicts. The war in Ukraine has entered its third year, and the Israeli-Hamas war is far from being over. In the meantime, South Korea is holding a general election in April, and the U.S. is holding a presidential election in November. As we have gathered together former and current diplomatic and security experts from both Korea and the U.S., we hope that today's forum, themed The Polycrisis in 2024, will provide a keen analysis of the complex situation on the Korean peninsula and provide ways forward. Today's event is also being streamed live on JTBC and YouTube. The live stream will be simultaneously interpreted into Korean and English. For those of you who wish to listen in Korean, please go to JTBC JoongAng Ilbo on YouTube and the JTBC News channel on YouTube in English, JTBC News channel on YouTube and CSIS website. We would now like to hear the opening remarks of Chairman Hong Seok-kyung of JoongAng Holdings as well as the Chairman of the Korea Peninsula Peace Foundation. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
여러분 안녕하십니까?
Good morning, everyone.
중앙일보
Welcome to the JoongAng
CSIS
Ilbo-CSIS Forum 2024.
것을 환영합니다. 먼 길을 와주신
I'd like to extend a warm welcome to our special guests from the U.S.,
CSIS
including the President of CSIS, John Henry, former White House Deputy National Security Advisor Matt Pottinger, CSIS Senior Vice President Victor Cha, Senior White House National Security Council Advisor for East Asia and Oceania, Mira Rapp-Hooper, and former White House National Security Council Senior Advisor for Asia, Alison Hooker. Thank you very much for traveling a distance to be here with us this morning. Furthermore, we're grateful for the participation of our distinguished Korean speakers, including Prime Minister Han Duck-soo, Minister of Defense Shin Won-sik, former Presidential National Security Advisor Kim Sung-han, and former Ministers of Foreign Affairs Yoon Young-kwan and Yoon Byung-se. Confrontation on the Korean Peninsula is intensifying, with South Korea, the United States, and Japan on one side, and North Korea, China, and Russia on the other. Amid the broader geopolitical tensions between the U.S. and China, as well as the U.S. and Russia, it is impossible to predict the state of affairs surrounding the Korean Peninsula. Moreover, conflicts in Europe and the Middle East are escalating as well, with the skies over these regions filled with artillery smoke. Richard Haas, President Emeritus of the Council on Foreign Relations, has noted that we're facing the most dangerous situation since World War II. Even if we take into account the anarchic nature of international politics, the world is indeed grappling with a polycrisis. This is the year of elections. The world is set to witness the largest election year yet, with the presidential election in the U.S. as well as elections in Russia, Ukraine, India, Indonesia, and various parliamentary voters in Europe. With over 2 billion voters set to cast their ballots in more than 70 countries, we're on the cusp of one of the most consequential election years ever. While domestic politics should ideally stay within national borders, the reality is quite the opposite. They are the point of departure for international politics and diplomacy. Thus, a major election has the potential of shaking up the landscape of global geopolitics. There are even concerns the U.S. may accept North Korea's nuclear program if former President Donald Trump is re-elected. The Korean Peninsula stands as one of the most volatile geopolitical powder kegs in the world, and this status is rooted in historical evidence. Despite their differing regimes and ideologies, the U.S. and the Soviet Union forged an allied front during World War II, joining forces to combat fascist Germany, Italy, and Japan. Together, they played pivotal roles in ending the deadliest conflict in human history by 1945, a conflict which claimed the lives of over 65 million people. But merely 5 years later, in 1950, the Soviet Union, alongside China and North Korea, engaged in deadly war with the U.S. This outrageous development was the tragic Korean War. Maruki Hada, Professor Emeritus of the University of Tokyo, described it as the War of Northeast Asia involving all countries of Northeast Asia. William Stuck, Distinguished Professor at the University of Georgia, noted that the Korean War was a surrogate for World War III. The Korean War remains a significant milestone in the Cold War era, dominating post-war international relations. Presently, we're observing a troubling alignment of North Korea, China, and Russia once more. Amid Russia's conflict with Western-backed Ukraine, there are reports of North Korea providing artillery shells to Russia in exchange for supplies including food. Additionally, there is a speculation about a potential visit by President Vladimir Putin to North Korea. Furthermore, when the UN Security Council voted on imposing additional sanctions on the DPRK after its launch of an intercontinental ballistic missile, China and Russia exercised their veto powers, thus thwarting the proposal. Tensions in the Taiwan Strait are escalating as well. It is said that a U.S.-China clash over Taiwan is not a matter of if, but when, and that this could mark the onset of the first AI war. The late U.S. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger drew parallels, saying that the current U.S.-China relationship bears resemblance to the pre-World War I era. Furthermore, the crisis unfolding in the Taiwan Strait has the potential of resulting in North Korea making the wrong move. Nuclear-armed North Korea is escalating its provocations. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un is making threats to annihilate South Korea, conducting shelling in the northern limit line of the West Sea, and abandoning his family's long-held mantra of reunification. These threats of war are not only aimed externally, but also used internally to suppress discontent among the North Korean people. Despite prioritizing nuclear development to sustain its regime, North Korea faces the paradox of a crippled economy and growing public discontent. Kim Jong-un's announcement at the Supreme People's Assembly earlier this year outlining plans to build 20 factories over the next decade to address economic challenges underscores the precarious situation facing North Korea. However, the continued use of threats of war presents a significant risk, potentially exacerbating instability on the Korean Peninsula. Embracing North Korea's two-state theory, which envisions two hostile nations, would represent the most detrimental option, as it would abandon peace and reunification, propelling the country towards a path of perpetual confrontation. With a nuclear-armed leader at the helm, exploiting potential loopholes amid the U.S. engagement in two wars and a presidential election could pose dire challenges. However, North Korea's overconfidence in the current favorable international climate, as evidenced by its effort to side with China and Russia while issuing threats to South Korea, represents a risky gamble. It will be disastrous for North Korea if China, upon which it relies heavily for aid, reduces or halts its support. Meanwhile, Russia's assistance to North Korea could be jeopardized if the situation in Ukraine stabilizes. While Kim Jong-un appears to be reverting to Cold War tactics, North Korea's brethren country Cuba has opted for a radically different approach. Cuba has forged diplomatic ties with South Korea, a move that North Korea has labeled as aligning with its number one enemy. No arsenal of nuclear weapons or missiles can ensure the well-being and prosperity of the North Korean people, nor can the regime secure the longevity of its hereditary dictatorship. North Korea would be wise to contemplate why Cuba has made such a decision. The Republic of Korea cannot safeguard its security and peace with power-to-power confrontation alone. It is only natural that the Minister of Defense has called for immediate, strong, and full retaliation against North Korea's provocations. However, it is important to keep in mind that the public is now anxious that war may break out. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Unification should each play their part. Approaches based solely on strength poses challenges. As the highest authority in national affairs, the President must exercise a prudent and stable voice unless absolutely necessary. The call by some for South Korea's nuclear armament is premature. We have never once abandoned our national goal of non-nuclear peace. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs should demonstrate diplomatic flexibility in pursuit of non-nuclear peace. North Korea has declared the two Koreas to be two outright hostile countries, which conflicts with the long-standing principle of seeking reunification as one people. The wise role and responses of the government, including the Ministry of Unification and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, are urgently needed. The Inter-Korean Basic Agreement adopted in 1991 defined the relationship between the two Koreas as a special relationship formed temporarily in the process of pursuing reunification, not a relationship between two separate countries. Although the two Koreas are now in conflict with different systems and ideologies, the earnest anguish to join hands to overcome the division as one people is fully evident in the wording. As North Korea may become more aggressive due to complex internal factors, we must respond with greater wisdom and maturity. The path to permanent division only weakens us, as it will lead to loss of identity and dreams. We must call for peaceful unification and non-nuclear peace with one voice, simultaneously elevating the practical strategies of trilateral cooperation among the Republic of Korea, the U.S., and Japan, along with nuclear deterrence, is our most pressing task. The German Enlightenment philosopher Immanuel Kant is a pioneer who proposed the idea of an international federation in his work Perpetual Peace in 1795. The League of Nations was established in 1919 under President Woodrow Wilson and was succeeded by the UN in 1945. However, the UN of today is powerless, as evidenced by the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, a permanent member of the Security Council. War is now a possibility in every corner of the world. We must remember Kant's words. War is bad in that it begets more evil than it kills. This year marks the 70th anniversary since the U.S.-ROK Mutual Defense Treaty went into effect, laying the foundation for Korea's security and prosperity. The blood alliance between the ROK and the U.S. in collaboration with Japan must be prepared thoroughly for potential provocations from North Korea, China, and Russia, while ardently exploring practical solutions to raise the possibility of peace. Ladies and gentlemen, achieving a non-nuclear peace on the Korean peninsula is an arduous process of solving complex equations. Nevertheless, we will never give up. I believe that if peace is established here on the Korean peninsula, where we live and breathe, the perpetual peace of the world that Kant envisioned in the late 18th century can be realized. I look forward to hearing from you today and hope that you will derive exceptional wisdom to navigate through this era of polycrisis. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Chairman Hong Seok-hyun, who is also serving as the chairman of the Korea Peace Foundation, for opening the forum with his remarks. Next, we would like to invite Dr. John Henry, President and CEO of CSIS, for his welcoming remarks with a big round of applause.
Well, good morning to all of you. Thank you. Thank you for coming. And I have actually 4 thank yous. I want to first say thank you to JoongAng and to you, Chairman Hong. You've had the vision. 18 years ago we started this. And you had the vision to know that creating a stronger partnership was going to be essential for both of our countries. And I want to thank you for that and congratulate you. I want to say thank you to Prime Minister Han for coming. He was ambassador in Washington 10 years ago, I think maybe, and I thought did a splendid job. I had no idea he was going to become Prime Minister, so what a splendid opportunity to have you here today. Thank you for coming. Let me say thank you to my American colleagues who traveled all the way to be with us today, and I look forward to the insights. And then finally, thank you to all of you for taking the time to come out and share with us this opportunity to explore together. Your questions are going to be essential for the quality of this meeting, so I look forward to hearing you. Let me just say, I thought that when President Yoon came to Washington last year, it was one of the most successful state visits I've ever seen in my 40 years in Washington. It was remarkable, and it really was a capstone in many ways to the deepening relationship between Korea and the United States, and really how essential it is for this partnership to be the foundation for security in Asia. We thought it was a splendid visit, and I thought it was an extraordinarily important meeting, and it's led to many important developments. We'll be exploring a lot of that today in these conversations. Chairman Hong delineated a whole series of challenges that we're facing. Every one of these challenges would be infinitely harder for us to deal with if we were doing it alone. But the fact that we can do it together means that we can handle every bit of this. I'm not so terribly worried about our future. I really feel very good about it. But there is one important thing that we need to do if we're going to really make a success and be able to live up and confront all of these challenges, and that is we have to bring Korea into the G7. We have to make it a G8, maybe a G9, if we bring in Australia. But, the center of gravity in the political system now is in Asia. And we need greater Asian representation, and Korea needs to be in the G8. So I think that we should make that our priority, working together during this conference and going forward. It's one of the most important things to do. All of the complex problems in the world are horizontal, and all of the governments are vertical. And the question is, how do we coordinate? No one country is able to handle all of these complex problems. Even the United States, as big as we are, we can't possibly handle these things by ourselves. We have to have a coordination mechanism. Unfortunately, the UN is frozen. The great power competition between us and Russia, us and China, has frozen the United Nations. So we need the G7, hopefully the new G8, to be the mechanism where we coordinate among each other and bring prosperity and peace to the world. Thank you all for being here today. I think it's going to be a very splendid conference, and I look forward to listening to your questions. Thank you.
Thank
you very much, Dr. John Henry, for your welcoming remarks. Thank you for your kind words. Now, I'd like to invite Prime Minister Han Duck-soo for his congratulatory remarks. Please welcome him with a big hand. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to sincerely congratulate you on hosting the JoongAng Ilbo-CSIS Forum, which has developed into a forum for a discourse on international issues. Since its inception in 2011, the forum has been proactively looking at changes in the international order and discussing peace strategies on the Korean Peninsula and Northeast Asia. I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to Chairman Hong Seok-kyung, President of CSIS Dr. John Henry, CSI Senior Vice President Victor Cha, and all others from CSIS for leading this meaningful forum. I would also like to extend a warm welcome to all the security and foreign affairs experts who are here with us this morning. The theme of this year's forum is the Polycrisis. We are currently facing the big challenge of uncertainty. The world economic order is divided into regions and blocks to the extent that political and security factors are playing a more important role than the economy itself, and unpredictable changes that are far from order are continuing. As the U.S.-China rivalry continues, the confrontation between Russia and the West has intensified since the breakout of the war in Ukraine, and the instability in the Middle East, such as the Israeli-Hamas armed conflict, has increased, and so the international security order is rapidly being reshaped. North Korea's continuous missile and nuclear provocations and the advent of a new Cold War era are further increasing the level of tension on the Korean peninsula. In the face of these daunting challenges, I believe that the theme of this year's forum is very timely. I would like to express my deep gratitude to all of you who are here with us today to share your wisdom and insights. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, last year, the Yoon administration further strengthened the ROK-U.S. alliance and normalized the strained relations between Korea and Japan. This is a tremendous diplomatic achievement that has revived the value of the ROK-U.S. alliance and dramatically improved relations with Japan that has been frozen for 12 years. First, the ROK-U.S. alliance is developing into a comprehensive strategic alliance that encompasses the military, economy, cutting-edge technology sectors, and economic security through the President's state visit to the U.S. last year and the subsequent summit talks. In addition, based on the trilateral value-based alliance strengthened through the trilateral summit, we are further strengthening international cooperation for peace and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific region. We are also responding to military cooperation between North Korea and Russia, which threatens immediate peace, through close solidarity between Korea, the U.S., and Japan, as well as coordination with the international community. We will effectively deter North Korea's nuclear and missile provocations and actively contribute to the international community's efforts for peace and an end to the war in Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, the Yoon government's security and economic principles are to strengthen alliances, protect national interests in accordance with the rules-based international order, and boost the economy through a market economy led by the private sector. Last year, the Korean government did its best to revive the vitality of our economy amid the global economic slowdown and supply chain disruptions. We have secured fiscal soundness to the extent that global credit rating agencies have praised us. We're stimulating investment and leading industry innovation through bold regulatory and structural reforms. Driven by the President's sales diplomacy, we're striving to broaden our economic horizons to expand overseas markets, including nuclear power plants and defense industries. As a result, exports have recovered since the end of last year, and the Korean economy is slowly regaining its vitality, achieving the highest employment rate in history and the highest foreign direct investment in history as well. In this way, Korea has risen to the ranks of advanced countries with the power of freedom, solidarity, and an open economy. Now, we will do our best to play our role as a global pivotal country that contributes to the international community. We will actively participate in global issues such as the climate change and AI safety to lead the agenda. In addition, we will make use of Korea's growth experiences to support the growth of the global South, including Africa, and further strengthen cooperation in various areas. This year is the year of elections, with nearly half of the world's population participating in elections, including the U.S. presidential election. Regarding the changes in the international situation and the various challenges, I look forward to your lively discussions. I would also like to say that the second summit for democracy to be held in Korea in March will be a good opportunity for the spread of democracy around the world. Distinguished guests, until now, the world has achieved peace and common prosperity through trade in the flow of free trade and globalization. But now, during this global polycrisis, countries are intensifying protectionism and prioritizing their national interests to protect their national economic security. However, the challenges of technological innovation, digital transformation, carbon neutrality, and the pandemic can never be solved by any one single country. So, solidarity, cooperation, and international norms based on multilateralism are the way to go to overcome these challenges. Korea will play a greater role in restoring trust in the global system and resolving international issues. I expect that all of you who are here with us today will be an excellent guide to our government's foreign and security policies. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those remarks. We will now continue to a featured conversation with Senior Director Mira Rapp-Hooper for East Asia and Oceania at the White House NSC, moderated by Dr. Victor Cha, Senior Vice President for Asia and Korea at CSIS. We will be meeting them through a video. It is a featured conversation on the Biden administration's strategies and policies.
Well, thank you, everybody, for joining us at the CSIS JoongAng Ilbo Forum. We're very fortunate to have with us this morning Dr. Mira Rapp-Hooper. Let me properly introduce her before we begin our conversation, our keynote conversation with Dr. Rapp-Hooper. Dr. Mira Rapp-Hooper is a political scientist and expert on the Indo-Pacific who currently serves as a special assistant to the president and senior director for East Asia and Oceania at the National Security Council at the White House. She is the White House's top advisor for and responsible for coordinating all of U.S. government policy towards the region. Prior to her current position, she served as director for Indo-Pacific strategy at the NSC. Among many things, she managed the partnership, the Quad partnership with Australia, India, Japan, and the United States, and she played a key role in crafting the burgeoning trilateral relationship between the United States, Japan, and Korea that we all saw emerge at Camp David. And prior to that, she was at the State Department on the policy planning staff. She holds a BA in history from Stanford and an MA, MPhil, and PhD in political science from Columbia University. What a great university Columbia is. And prior to that, she was in the think tank community at CNAS, and also at CSIS. We're very, very proud to say one of our most illustrious alums from CSIS. So I know how busy your schedule is, Mira, so we really do appreciate your taking the time to speak with us about Korea today.
Victor, it's my pleasure. Thank you so much to you and Dr. Henry for the kind invitation. Thank you to Chairman Hong for his leadership role at this important forum. And it is really an honor to be a part of such a great conversation that will be taking place.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Now, I know your time is short. I know that you have to get on an airplane, so why don't we just jump right into it? It would be great if we could start by you. If you could just please review for us the Biden administration's strategy policy on North Korea. In your opinion, what has been working, what has not been working. Everybody is very focused on North Korea here in this country and South Korea. So we'd love your thoughts on that. That would be great.
Of course. Thanks, Victor. I want to start by saying that in the Biden administration, we are laser focused on the DPRK as well, as we have been throughout the entire administration. As part of our policy approach to the DPRK, we have, of course, taken unprecedented actions during the past 3 years to reinforce our alliance structure in the Indo-Pacific to ensure regional peace and stability on the Korean Peninsula and beyond. And again, that's with a clear eye on the DPRK and the vital importance of a denuclearized Korean Peninsula. We've also consistently sought renewed dialogue as part of that policy with the DPRK with no preconditions attached. I want to reemphasize that last part, with no preconditions attached. We view diplomacy and engagement as fundamental to any DPRK strategy, and we stand willing and ready to engage in dialogue with the DPRK at any time. So to your question, Victor, of what has worked under this strategy, the answer is a lot of things. In particular, I would note that what has really worked is the new efforts that we have made with respect to extended deterrence. Part of our DPRK policy is centered on deterring the DPRK from taking military action against the United States or any one of its allies. As you recall, when President Yoon visited the United States in April of last year for a state visit, we announced the Washington Declaration to address the threat of the DPRK's ballistic missile and nuclear programs. And now the United States and ROK are working more closely together to address DPRK threats under this Washington Declaration framework. At that same historic state visit, we also announced the establishment of the U.S. ROK Nuclear Consultative Group, or the NCG, which has now held multiple high-level meetings and which directly works amongst our alliance to strengthen our extended deterrence cooperation and provides a vital channel to discuss nuclear and strategic planning, as well as to manage threats to the non-proliferation regime posed by the DPRK. Additionally, during President Yoon's state visit, as part of this broader suite of extended deterrence tools, we made clear that the U.S. commitment to extended deterrence to the ROK is backed by the full range of U.S. capabilities, including nuclear. We stated that any nuclear attack by the DPRK against the ROK will be met with a swift, overwhelming, and decisive response. So these steps bilaterally to strengthen extended deterrence really have been quite significant indeed. But we have not just limited these efforts to the bilateral level. In addition to building stronger institutionalized ties in the U.S. ROK alliance, Victor, as you mentioned, the president has been determined to support stronger trilateral ties with Japan, culminating, of course, in the Camp David summit that took place last August. We are establishing a trilateral partnership under that framework that's really built to last. Under the Camp David framework, our three nations have committed to consulting on regional challenges, provocations, and threats affecting our collective interests and collective security, including those posed by the DPRK. And that is specifically enshrined in a commitment to consult that our three leaders agreed to at Camp David. We also specifically committed to increase our trilateral defense cooperation, including by holding the first trilateral aerial exercise last fall and operationalizing a commitment to share real-time missile warning data so that we can counter threats more effectively together. And this new capability augments our ability to respond to the DPRK's advancing nuclear and missile threats. We're also DPRK and cooperation between the U.S., ROK, and Japan is now the strongest it has ever been. This is evidenced by numerous high-level trilateral engagements, certainly at the leader level, but also at the level of our national security principles. Most recently, our national security advisors held a meeting in Seoul where they also agreed to step up our cooperation to counter emerging threats like the partnership between the DPRK and Russia, led by our national security advisors. Finally, our three countries are serving on the UN Security Council in 2024, and a big part of our trilateral work will continue to be highlighting the need for the international community to address the DPRK's repeated violation of multiple UN Security Council resolutions. But that brings me to the question of what maybe has not worked as well in our policy, and I'm glad that you asked, Victor. Of course, the policy that I laid out initially had multiple parts to it, but when it comes to reciprocity by the DPRK, that's where we in the Biden administration have not seen uptick. Regrettably, the DPRK has continued to develop its WMD and ballistic missile programs in total disregard for its international commitments. In particular, the DPRK has not answered our multiple calls through many channels to engage in dialogue. This is increasingly problematic, of course, because we now see the DPRK taking increasingly escalatory behavior. It has recently abrogated an inter-Korean agreement and has increased its activity along the border region. We worry that without effective communication by both sides, the risk of escalation is higher than it needs to be. And we believe that engaging in effective dialogue can play an important role of reducing such risks. But unfortunately, the DPRK has not been ready to pick up.
Thanks. Yes, that's a very sobering note on that question. The Washington, as you said, the Washington Declaration, the NCG, Camp David helped to prevent North Korean miscalculation. But if I could shift slightly the topic to something I think that's very much on your radar screen, and this is this burgeoning relationship now between DPRK and Russia. It looks as though the two leaders are going to complete reciprocal summit visits at some point this year. Reportedly, Russia has benefited from millions of rounds of ammunition from the North Korean regime. So are you worried about sensitive military technology that might be provided in return for these munition supplies by North Korea? Of course, there's food and fuel, but what else could be taking place? And how is the administration sort of looking at this particular challenge?
Yeah, thanks, Victor. We are very concerned about this burgeoning partnership, which is moving quite rapidly. As you rightly noted, the DPRK has been furnishing Russia with significant stocks of munitions to conduct its brutal and illegal war in Ukraine. In return for that support, we assess that Pyongyang is seeking direct military assistance from Russia to include fighter aircraft, surface-to-air missiles, armored vehicles, and ballistic missile production equipment or materials, as well as other advanced technology. We also believe that Russia's use of North Korean ballistic missiles provides valuable technical and military insights to the DPRK once those missiles are used. And that's not to mention, as you did, of course, Victor, the fact that the DPRK is generating revenue by selling its ballistic missiles and other munitions. And these are likely worth millions upon millions of dollars. Now, there are other ways besides cash that Russia can repay the DPRK, including by engaging in closer economic cooperation with Pyongyang and by accepting North Korean laborers into Russia. So there's a high likelihood that this cooperation overall is providing more solvency to the regime. And let's not forget that as Russia continues to use DPRK weapons, the DPRK may become an increasingly attractive source for munitions, arms, and missiles to other military regimes throughout the world. So the transfer of sensitive military technology is certainly a concern. And there are also other ways that Russia can provide support to the DPRK that continue to allow Pyongyang to develop its WMD and ballistic missile programs.
Thanks very much. So again, I know your time is short. You literally have to run to catch a flight. So let me just ask you again, here we are in 2024. What are the chances, if any, for diplomacy? And as you probably hear in the think tank expert community, some people say, well, you know, they're a nuclear weapon state. We should sort of give up on denuclearization, try to draw them into a threat reduction, arms control negotiation. Any thoughts on those sorts of issues would be terrific.
Yeah, absolutely, Victor. Before I, engage this really important question, though, I do want to sort of look at the silver lining in the DPRK Russia picture as well, which is to say that while the diagnosis of this cooperation is sober, the United States, the ROK, and in our partnership with Japan trilaterally, we are not resting while this partnership continues to develop. As I already noted, our national security advisors met in Seoul in December and agreed to an unprecedented level of trilateral cooperation to address these really profound concerns that exist in all three of our capitals. We're now sharing more intelligence, we're aligning our policies better, and we're coordinating policy action to try to combat the most problematic dimensions of this cooperation. And that effort is really moving fast and furious. Under the same framework, we're also engaging closely on DPRK-related issues at the highest levels with countries around the globe, trying to mount a multilateral effort to push back against DPRK Russia cooperation, and that includes in our diplomacy with the PRC. We will continue to discuss these growing challenges and their troubling implications around a wide variety of international institutions and in multilateral groupings and with friends, especially in both Europe and the Indo-Pacific. I'll also note that under our National Security Advisor's direction, we have had a strong and sustained effort to declassify information related to DPRK Russia ties so that I can share with you today the types of information that I have just shared. We want to shed light on this cooperation so that we all are better positioned to take action and to coordinate the steps that we might take. And that includes on issues like ballistic missile transfers and munitions transfers. And as new evidence comes to light, we will continue to share it, to do our utmost to supply a wide variety of like-minded nations with the information base they may need to take action. Finally, this is a relationship where sanctions may be important. We've recently announced over 500 new sanctions designations related to Russia's war against Ukraine, and we have a long history of designating DPRK targets, particularly those that have helped the Kim regime continue the development of its WMD program. So this is an area where we and like-minded nations will continue to look to take action. This is all to say, Victor, that although we are troubled by this relationship, there is no reason to rest, and indeed, we think there are a number of areas in which we can continue to push out alongside our friends and push back together. So that brings me to your great question about whether there is any chance for diplomacy in 2024 and how we should think about that. Throughout the Biden administration, we have consistently reached out diplomatically to the DPRK to offer talks with no preconditions, and we will continue to do so. Moving forward, we will look for opportunities to establish new dialogue with the DPRK, and we think this is a really important step towards reducing the risk of escalation on the Korean Peninsula. We have no doubt that if the DPRK did decide to engage, initial steps might be difficult, but we believe that for the safety and security of our people, all the people on the Korean Peninsula and around the Indo-Pacific, this is worth it. Now, on the question of how we think about our objectives, the United States remains committed to the complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. But we're also willing to consider interim steps on that pathway to denuclearization, provided that these steps will make the region and the world safer. We're ready and willing to engage in discussions with the DPRK about threat reduction, especially currently in light of the situation on the Korean Peninsula. We believe that this progress would certainly take time, but this is all the more reason for us to return to a path that would lead to the reduction and eventual elimination of the threat caused by the DPRK's destabilizing actions. So the United States will continue to work closely with our ROK allies and with a wide variety of other partners to pursue greater and more regularized communications with the DPRK, particularly on military deconfliction and de-escalation activities and other stabilizing exchanges that could reduce the risk of misperception and inadvertent escalation on the peninsula.
That, in particular, that last piece was quite important, quite significant. It sounds like the administration is taking a very pragmatic approach, principled, of course, in the sense that our goal remains the same, but very pragmatic in terms of trying to engage in any sort of dialogue. I also want to just say, as experts in the outside, your not downgrading of information so it becomes available to us when it comes to things like DPRK Russian munitions transfer is extremely, extremely helpful. So really, we applaud you for that. So just
Victor, may I just add that you and your team are also doing extraordinary work to shed light on this problem. So really commend to folks watching at home, Victor and his team's effort to shine light on DPRK cooperation as well.
Well, thanks. That's very kind. That's very kind of you. So again, I know you have to go. So I want to thank, on behalf of CSIS and JoongAng Ilbo, I want to thank you for taking the time. I hope that at some point in the future we can do this together. Either at CSIS or here in Seoul at some point. I know you're on the go a lot these days. But again, Mira, thank you so much for taking the time, for explaining the policy and giving us a bit of a look at the road ahead. We really do appreciate it.
Thanks, Victor. I really appreciate your having me. And I do want to include once more on an optimistic note, there are no small number of challenges emanating from the DPRK and DPRK Russia cooperation in particular. But we really do mean it when we say that the U.S. ROK alliance has never been stronger. And the wide range of challenges that we are able to work on together are practically dizzying. If you couple that with the fact that the ROK-Japan trilateral relationship has also never been stronger, we are week over week innovating the toolkit that we use to push back and stand up to these challenges. So while we have no shortage of work cut out for us over the course of this year and beyond, we couldn't be doing it with better friends, and we're grateful for being included in this important conversation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your remarks on the strong U.S.-ROK alliance. We thank you very much to Dr. Rap Hooper for joining us from the White House, and thank you also to Dr. Cha for his moderation of the conversation. Thank you very much once again.
자, 그럼 화면에서 만나보셨던 주인공 빅터 차 수석
We would now
부소장을
like
직접
to invite
무대 위로
Dr. Victor
모셔보겠습니다.
Cha onto the
자, 이어서
stage.
매트 포틴저 전 미 백악관
We would now
NSC
like to go on
부보좌관을
to our
모시고
keynote
들어볼 텐데요.
speech by former White House Deputy
수석 부소장께서 직접
Director
소개를
Matt
좀
Pottinger. He will be introduced by Dr. Cha.
Thank you. So, on behalf of the JCSIS Forum, we're very happy to welcome Matt Pottinger as our keynote speaker this year. Mr. Pottinger is currently a distinguished fellow at Stanford at the Hoover Institution. Prior to that, he spent 4 years at the White House on the National Security Council for the Donald J. Trump administration, first as Senior Director for Asia on the NSC, and then as Deputy National Security Advisor until 2021. Before the White House, he worked as a journalist for the Wall Street Journal and for Reuters in China. And then after that, after 9/11, he served in Iraq and Afghanistan as a U.S. Marine, serving 3 combat deployments between 2007 and 2010. Again, it's a real honor and a privilege to have Matt Pottinger join us this year as our keynote speaker for the JCSIS Forum.
Prime Minister Han, Chairman Hong, Dr. Hamry, thank you for the stimulating remarks earlier this morning, and thank you for inviting me to be here today. We have a very distinguished group of people and here in the audience participating, many of them, all of them deep thinkers, many of them also committed actors who are motivated to deal with many of these problems we're talking about. The group really feeds my optimism that if we work together with a sense of urgency, we'll find ways to manage the growing list of crises that are now confronting the free world and to avert even worse catastrophes looming on the horizon. Deterrence is the name of the game because we are confronting wars of aggression. Aggression by revanchist totalitarian dictatorships in Moscow and Tehran, aided and abetted by revanchist totalitarian dictatorships in Beijing and Pyongyang. If just one lesson could be drawn from the crises we're facing, it must be that deterrence would have been a lot cheaper than war. Yet democracies seem to be getting worse at deterrence. Let's be frank. The record of the past 2 years is marred with failures and signs of trouble. Vladimir Putin, unfazed by Washington's threats of sanctions, plunged Europe into its most destructive conflict since World War II. The Islamic Republic of Iran equipped the terrorist group Hamas to initiate a war with Israel. And once that war had started, Iran mobilized several of its other terrorist proxies to rocket Israel, attack commercial and military ships in the Red Sea, and strike U.S. troops across the region. Beijing has also intensified its campaign to impose Chinese control over the South China Sea, home to some of the world's most important international sea lanes and fisheries. It is doing so in contempt of international norms and court rulings and in defiance of public opinion across Southeast Asia. Venezuela's dictator, who may have concluded that Washington's bark is worse than its bite, has threatened to annex much of Venezuela's oil-rich neighbor, Guyana. Beijing is expressing sympathy for Venezuela's position and providing propaganda support. And in a very bold reprisal of Soviet mischief during the Cold War, Beijing is also developing Chinese intelligence facilities and a plan for a military base on Cuba. North Korea, undaunted by UN Security Council resolutions, resumed testing intercontinental ballistic missiles for the first time in 5 years and became a major supplier of arms and munitions to Russia's war in Ukraine. And finally, there's the specter of a potential conflict more consequential than all these flashpoints combined. Chinese Supreme Leader Xi Jinping has vowed to, quote, reunify Taiwan with mainland China through force of arms if necessary. Xi is also already pursuing a multi-pronged strategy of economic, propaganda, and military pressure designed to intimidate and ultimately subjugate the people of Taiwan. As we've discussed a bit already this morning at this conference, these crises are impacting the economy and security of the Republic of Korea. Suddenly, our alliance between South Korea and the United States is showing its time-tested relevance in the context not only of the North Korean menace, but also in the context of distant emergencies and potential conflicts closer to home. Allow me to talk briefly about the relevance to South Korea of, first, Russia's brutal war against its neighbor Ukraine; second, communist dictator Xi Jinping's campaign of pressure on Taiwan; and third, the North Korean monarch and his renewed cycle of brinksmanship that I see coming here on the Korean Peninsula. I'll also talk about steps that we can take to deter these adversaries. If we pay attention, keep our nerve, and do the work, we can prevent even worse bloodshed and preserve our freedom and prosperity for our children. Russia. Vladimir Putin's war against Ukraine has already had economic costs for South Korea. Many South Korean companies, such as Hyundai, had to withdraw from the Russian market or abandon investments there as part of international sanctions against the Putin regime. But the war is also having military and security implications for South Korea. The North Korean regime has sent, by the estimate of South Korea's defense minister, 6,700 shipping containers of war material to Russia following the September summit between Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un. Those containers may have contained around 3 million artillery rounds to fuel the Russian war machine, and in return, as we just heard a moment ago, Russia appears to be sending North Korea not only food and other necessities, but also raw materials and parts used in weapons manufacturing. These steps will improve North Korea's defense industries and help modernize its rocket and missile programs. Moscow may have also provided satellite-related technology to support Pyongyang's launch of its first spy satellite into orbit in November. North Korea has vowed to launch 3 such satellites this year. And those satellites will be used to conduct espionage and improve military targeting of U.S. and South Korean forces. The cooperation between North Korea and the Russian dictator is emblematic of the new axis that is pulling together to try to see through to completion the wars of aggression they are waging or planning around the world. But democracies are pulling together in response. South Korea is playing an essential role backfilling NATO ammunition stockpiles that have been depleted supporting the Ukrainians in their brave defense of their homeland. Think about that for a moment. As Europe's biggest war since 1945 rages on, North Korea is serving as an arsenal of autocracy, and South Korea is, in return, serving as an arsenal of democracy. Meanwhile, storm clouds are gathering to the south of the Korean Peninsula. Xi Jinping has declared that unifying Taiwan under the communist Chinese flag is, quote, the essence of Xi's Chinese dream for the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. As South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol has rightly stated, quote, the Taiwan issue is not simply an issue between China and Taiwan, but like the issue of North Korea, it is a global issue. It is also a major economic issue for South Korea. I know it's tempting to imagine that the ripple effects from Beijing subjugating Taiwan could be contained somehow, especially if the island were coercively annexed without a wider and highly destructive war. After all, there were dire predictions in the 1960s and 70s about what a U.S. loss in Vietnam would spell for the future of Asia. Predictions that never came to pass. Domino theory didn't play out, and communism didn't spread beyond Indochina. But this is the wrong analogy. A more apt precedent would be Imperial Japan's aggression and brief domination of the Asia-Pacific in the first half of the 20th century. Tokyo foisted its greater East Asian co-prosperity sphere upon hundreds of millions of unwilling subjects. Bear in mind that when you consider that Xi Jinping, in a landmark speech in Shanghai in 2014, declared, quote, it is for the people of Asia to run the affairs of Asia, solve the problems of Asia, and uphold the security of Asia, close quote. That's a formulation eerily similar to the, quote, Asia for Asians slogan that Tokyo adopted in 1940 when it set out to impose its concept of a self-contained regional economic and security bloc controlled by Japan. The subjugation of Taiwan by Beijing would have profound ramifications for geopolitics, trade, nuclear proliferation, and technology. Taipei's fall would represent much more than a mere Vietnam-style unification. It would herald the dawn of a new empire, one that would roil global technology and trade and that would suit Beijing's brand of muscular authoritarianism and strongly disfavor the interests of the Republic of Korea and its fellow democracies. The coercive annexation of Taiwan would not alleviate Sino-American tensions, by the way, it would supercharge them. Closer to home, the North Korean monarch, Kim Jong-un, recently labeled South Korea his, quote, primary foe and, quote, invariable principal enemy. He expressed his willingness to, quote, destroy and put an end to the existence of the Republic of Korea, close quote. Some analysts view Kim's announcements, first aired in December, as a significant break with previous policies. Others even see it as evidence that Kim is readying for war. I happen to disagree with those analyses. I think it's far more likely that Kim is dusting off an old playbook of manufacturing a crisis in pursuit of the following goals: to deter the United States and South Korea at a time when Kim is shipping large quantities of ammunition and weapons to Russia, which is the last thing he'd be doing if he were planning a war, and also to tee up renewed negotiations with the United States following our presidential election in November. It's also perhaps to influence the upcoming April elections in South Korea. Now, the key here, as with most of these crises around the world, is to keep our nerve. North Korea is in no position to challenge South Korea militarily in any sustained way, so long as the alliance between Washington and Seoul remains ironclad, as it must. So what should Washington and Seoul be doing, together with other democracies and partner nations, to ensure that these stated threats don't become wars? Whether those threats come from Kim Jong-un in North Korea or from Xi Jinping in West Korea, as many Chinese citizens now ruefully call their country, we must be vigilant. First, never forget that the future of democracy, sovereignty, and prosperity in one democracy, whether it's Taiwan or Ukraine or Israel, matters for the future of democracy, sovereignty, and prosperity for other democracies, including South Korea. Second, remember that deterrence won't be achieved haphazardly as a byproduct of other defense objectives. It will be achieved when it is the primary goal. I've recently completed a book about the urgent steps that democracies must take together to deter Beijing from pursuing a catastrophic war against Taiwan. And I must admit that I am alarmed by what I see as deficient planning, training, equipping, and coordinating by and between the key democracies of this region, including with the United States, to dissuade Xi Jinping from rolling the iron dice of war. At the same time, I'm optimistic that Xi can be deterred if we act quickly and in concert with one another. Third, the United States and its allies must urgently expand their capacity for making munitions. It isn't good enough for us to be able to win battles. We must have enough munitions on hand and deep enough industrial capacity to scale up production in order to win a full-scale, protracted war. Our governments should spend in unorthodox ways to catalyze the private sector to rapidly scale up munitions and armaments production. We should find inspiration from Washington's 2020 Operation Warp Speed, which motivated private sector companies to produce hundreds of millions of COVID-19 vaccines in record time. A similar model could be applied to our defense sector. Fourth, always bear in mind that a nation's will to fight is the great X factor in war, and it can be strengthened by courageous leaders. Ukrainians have demonstrated what a people can accomplish when they and their leaders embrace the will to fight. They repelled Russian armored columns in early 2022 that friends and enemies alike assumed would overrun Kiev in a matter of days. And the Ukrainians have persevered in holding off their much larger foe for more than 2 years since then. But the will to fight is less tangible than bombers and anti-ship missiles. In advance of war, national will is hard to measure. South Korea can serve as a friend and model for other nations facing daunting odds, whether they are in the Baltics or closer to home in Taiwan. South Korea is a model ally of the United States, spending more than perhaps any other on its defense as a percentage of GDP. South Korea maintains and must never weaken, but should only strengthen, its conscription service in the military. I encourage South Korea to strengthen its exchanges with Taiwan, even if those exchanges are low-key. Taiwan and South Korea are, after all, siblings. They are dynamic economies and cultural beacons to the world that fought successfully to achieve democracy in the late 20th century. Much is at stake for both, and they should strengthen their sense of solidarity with one another. Fifth, and finally, we democracies should speak up more about the atrocities that happen inside the totalitarian systems that are now banding together to jointly threaten our people too. Beijing's decision, in violation of UN treaties and in violation of God's law, to repatriate en masse North Korean escapees back to the clutches of the heartless government they escaped should be something our governments and everyday citizens condemn Beijing for. It's no surprise that China's forced labor programs, targeting the Uyghurs and other ethnic minority groups, are reportedly intermingling with North Korean forced labor programs. The Kim regime's 3 COVID-era laws, which tightened internal controls and censorship and increased the severity of punishments for being caught consuming foreign media, is something we should condemn them for. Just recently, a handful of North Korean teenagers were sentenced to 12 years of hard labor for watching a K-drama. Public executions are up, and you can be imprisoned in North Korea for using South Korean slang. Defectors have told me, and colleagues of mine, that they found the courage to flee North Korea after seeing stories or videos about North Korean refugees thriving in Seoul. With more and more North Koreans exposed to South Korean radio and television, it is becoming increasingly untenable to maintain the facade that the North is a normal country. We should endeavor to help emancipate every North Korean. I hope South Koreans of all persuasions will step up their work to prioritize human rights in North Korea. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the keynote presentation at the JoongAng CSIS Forum 2024. Another big round of applause, please. This concludes the opening ceremony of the JoongAng Ilbo-CSIS Forum 2024. Thank you for joining us. After a short break, let us resume for our first session, the U.S.-ROK Alliance and the 2024 U.S. presidential election. Please join us again at 11:15. Thank you.
내일 저녁
뉴스의 현장에서 뵙겠습니다.
아마 난 너를 기다렸나 봐. JTBC 아마 난 너를 좋아하나 봐. 아마 난 너를 사랑하나 봐. JTBC
뭐 색다른 일 없을까? 나만의 색깔, 너만의 색깔로 할 수 있는 일. 함께하자. 하늘을 하늘색으로, 숲을 초록색으로, 바다를 푸른색으로. 지구의 당연한 색깔을 돌려주는 일 말이야. 방법은 수백 가지, 선택은 내 맘대로. 이토록 다채로운 우리 별의 컬러를 언제까지나 볼 수 있게. 나만의 방식으로 색다르게, 다채롭게. Coloring your world, coloring your earth. JTBC Tomorrow 캠페인.
오래 기다렸지?
보고 계셨습니까? 멋있다.
그럼 시작해볼까?
하나, 둘, 셋.
그 시절 내가 좋아했던 소녀.
대한민국 최고 이혼 해결사의 솔루션.
됐어요.
한번 봐볼까?
네, 그럼 지금부터 중앙일보 CSIS 포럼
We will now
2024의
commence
첫
the
번째
first session of JoongAng CSIS Forum 2024 titled The U.S. ROK Alliance and the 2024 U.S. Presidential Election. I would now like to turn the microphone to our moderator, Mr. Kim Sung-han, former National Security Advisor to the President.
네, 안녕하십니까?
Good morning. As have been introduced, I'm Kim Sung-han. Currently, I teach at Korea-U. As you're well aware, the first session is titled U.S. ROK Alliance and the 2024 U.S. Presidential Election. It seems that currently it looks like it will be a rematch between Biden and Trump. The worldview, the view on the alliance, these are some aspects where these two gentlemen do show a difference. And so depending on who is elected through the 24 presidential election, it will impact the U.S. ROK alliance potentially. And so in order to discuss this very timely topic, we have invited four distinguished experts. The first speaker is Dr. John Henry, President and CEO of CSIS. He has served as the Vice Secretary of Defense, and ever since taking position as President and CEO of CSIS, he has continued to serve in this position. The second speaker is former ROK Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Yoon Byung-se. Currently, he is the president of the Seoul Institute of International Law. The third speaker is Mr. Randall Shorver, who is the former Assistant Secretary of Defense for Indo-Pacific Security Matters from 2018 to 2019 at the U.S. Department of Defense. Currently, he is the president of the Research Center Project 2 2049. The fourth speaker is Professor Bang Myung-lim of Yonsei University, currently serving as a director at the Korea Peace Foundation, as well as the head of the Center for East-West Challenges. He is a well-known scholar who has had in-depth research on the Korean War. Through this session, we will be taking a look at the impact on issues related to the alliance, such as the military presence in South Korea, nuclear non-proliferation, and the Special Measures Agreement, or SMA, depending on the result of the U.S. presidential election. And we will also take a look at the impact on security on the Korean peninsula. We will be giving 5 minutes to each of our speakers for their initial remarks, 5 minutes or less, perhaps, and these initial remarks will be followed by a moderated panel discussion. We will start with Dr. Henry, go on to Mr. Yoon, Mr. Schreiber, and then Professor Park. Let us start with Dr. Henry for his initial remarks.
Thank you very much, National Security Advisor. Thank you very much, National Security Advisor. Let me first start with saying a few words about the election, and then what does it mean for the alliance, if we can do that. First, this election, no matter what, no matter who wins, is going to see an acceleration of the transition of the Republican Party away from being an internationalist party to being a parochial party. That's a long-term trend, and it's a serious issue, and it's something that we're going to have to think our way through. On the Democrat side, you know, the Biden White House has Truman Democrats, and it has Elizabeth Warren Democrats. The Truman Democrats are in the National Security Council, and they're muscular foreign policy folks. The Elizabeth Warren Democrats are in the economic portfolio. And if Biden loses, there's very little place for the Truman Democrats to go. You know, so the trend will be to become even more focused on parochial, national, progressive agenda, if that happens. So this is a big election. It matters hugely. So let's, and I should say, I also think that we'll see a divided government. I think the Republicans will win the Senate. I think Democrats will likely win the House. So I think we're going to see a continued division in the Congress. But the Congress has become a weaker and weaker institution. For all practical purposes, even though we're a congressional executive branch system, you know, the Congress is supposed to be an independent branch of government, it is functioning much more like a Westminster system. You know, if you wear a blue jersey, you cheer for the president. If you wear a red jersey, you boo, you know. And it's very much like a Westminster system now. It isn't functioning as an independent branch of government that much. And so what we'll see, either way, if Biden wins or if Trump wins, we'll see an excessive use of executive orders, because it's the only thing that modern presidents are able to do until we sort out this larger problem. Let's just, what happens if Trump wins? Well, several things. I mean, first, I think he will have a very weak cabinet. You know, he was able to recruit some strong people initially when he was elected back in 2020, but the strong people left and weaker people were brought in. And you know, a good example was in the Defense Department. They started off with a retired 4-star general, General Jim Mattis, and ended up with a retired lieutenant colonel. I mean, it was a deterioration. So, and I think that very few really talented people would want to join the administration in a cabinet position. I do think that you would see pretty aggressive, activist people in the White House. So I think we're likely to see a lot of internal turmoil in a Trump administration and just a lot of leaks, about what's going on. So it would be a daily drama show, with what's going on in Washington. President Trump, he doesn't really care much about government. It's never been his interest. It's never been his priority. He's usually seen the government as something he had to get around. Trying to intimidate the zoning commission of Atlantic City, to get a bigger hotel. That's kind of the way he views government. So his focus will be on transactional series of individual things. It's not going to be a focus on, the way the government functions. Now, that's a good thing because that means 99% of what goes on in Washington every day will continue to go on every day. The government's going to continue to function. But it does mean that we'll struggle with policy innovation when we need new decisions from the political leadership of the country. That'll be the real challenge. Let me say if President Biden wins, he'll be a lame duck instantly, and you'll start seeing real rivalry going on inside the Democratic Party on who positions themselves to replace him. And I think you would see the center of gravity will shift, to governors. I think, the Congress is now so enfeebled that I don't think the next candidate is going to be a member of the Senate or the House. It's going to be a governor, and there are some good governors. There are some good governors out there. But it'll be lots of politics. Now let's say a minute about foreign policy and especially about what it means for Korea. There's a real head of steam building up inside the Republican Party to confront China. And it's been a lot of momentum that's been picking up. And so I think one of the biggest challenges is for Korea is going to be, how do you manage us to keep us from being too exuberant about confrontation? I mean, my sense is that, and I listened to Matt and I totally agree with Matt Pottinger, we have to be strong, but we also have to be smart. And I think that, I thought Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan was a big mistake because it was provocative without being strategic. It just didn't have strategic purpose, but it was very provocative. And I think that's a risk that we're going to face here after this election. I think we're going to see provocative gestures against China that will lack a strategic framework. And that's the most important thing to worry about. I think Korea needs to help us with that because I think your counsel will be very important at helping to shape how we think about what makes sense, what we need to do and what we should be doing. Let me say if President Trump is reelected, there's a great question mark. I'm a big advocate for bringing Korea into the G7, make it a G8 or a G9, but that'll be a real challenge. The G7, G8, G9 is going to be a real challenge if Trump is elected because, he instinctively postures himself in opposition. I mean, it's just part of his personality. But we don't really have somebody like Prime Minister Abe to manage him. Prime Minister Abe was instrumental in shaping, how President Trump got through these G7, G20 kind of meetings. And there isn't anybody like that right now. It's one of the reasons I would like to see Korea brought in as soon as possible. I think President Yoon would be a very effective counterpart to President Trump if he's reelected. So I think for a combination of reasons, I think we ought to do that as soon as possible. The great immediate crisis will be President Trump's probably desire to stop supporting Ukraine. And that'll become a crisis that we're all going to have to work through. I think the Europeans are much stronger in their conviction that they have to stand with Ukraine, but it'll be a big disruptive factor if President Trump is reelected, and because I think Ukraine will be an immediate source of controversy. Let me stop there.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. We will go on to former Minister Yoon Byung-se. Thank you very much. Today's topic is the Polycrisis in 2024. Chairman Hong actually perfectly covered this topic, and Mr. Pottinger also covered the important policy challenges. The reason why we are interested in the U.S. election is on two fronts. First, we are in a transition in polycrisis, and we have fragmented international order. And so we are interested in the U.S. election because we're interested in the impact of the U.S. election on this international order. And we have alliances such as Korea, Australia, and NATO. And so how will the presidential election impact the alliances, especially the U.S. ROK alliance is impacted by various challenges. And so whether President Biden is reelected and whether Trump is elected, the impact on the U.S. ROK alliance will be different. Rumsfeld always talked about three different aspects. The known, so things that we know and that we can anticipate, the known unknown. So what we know but we are not certain about, and third is what we do not know with a large impact. And so the Biden administration has cooperated with the Korean administration, and so they are the known. And because we have had historical documents signed yesterday, the Washington Declaration as well as the Camp David Declaration, so based on these important documents, we can expect that if Biden is reelected, we will continue down this route, and so we will see continuous evolution. And we are particularly interested in the Nuclear Consultation Group, the NCG, and NCG has made the necessary preparations, and now we're going into the substantial development. And so will we be able to actually reach the NATO level in terms of planning and executing nuclear arsenal through NCG will be the point of interest. Another point of interest is the agreement at Camp David. We had trilateral agreements at Camp David, and if we take a look at that agreement, this goes beyond Northeast Asia and the Korean Peninsula to cover Indo-Pacific and the world. And we have agreed on three things: the challenges in the Indo-Pacific and threats in the Indo-Pacific and provocations. So when there are challenges, provocations, and conflicts in the Indo-Pacific, then the three countries will coordinate the response together. And so in the past, the Korean government always focused on North Korea and the nuclear issue when we cooperated with the U.S., but now we can expand that coordination to various challenges across the Indo-Pacific. And for the Korean government, it could be a big challenge and at the same time, great opportunities. And Mr. Pottinger talked about these issues in his keynote presentation. If Trump is elected, then the international society will be keen on whether there will be a weakening of globalization. And on the flip side, possibly there could be a stronger focus on the Indo-Pacific because of the China factor and the North Korea factor. So compared to the Biden administration, we will see that there is more of a selection and concentration by the Trump administration if he is elected. And there will be more pressure on China. And in the Indo-Pacific, the regional role by South Korea could be increased. And I think the U.S. will hope that Korea will play a bigger role whether Biden or Trump is reelected. One concern that I do have is that in the past, one of the biggest issues about the presence on the Korean peninsula is the military presence in South Korea. So ever since there were presidential elections, for example, during the Carter and during the Bush administration, so there has been about 3 different phases of the military presence. During Nixon, there was a withdrawal of the 7th Troop. And so whenever there is a presidential election, depending on changes in the global strategy or the East Asian strategy, then it does impact the military presence in South Korea. Whether it be the Biden administration or the Trump administration before that, we can look at this from the global transformation perspective, but also linked to the China challenge. And so, for the Yoon Suk-yeol administration, what will the challenge be in terms of the U.S. military presence in South Korea? As Dr. Henry has mentioned, there are about a dozen challenges faced by Korea and even more by the U.S. But what is more important is that for the Yoon administration believes that the U.S.-ROK alliance is very important, and so that is why there is a good cooperation with the Biden administration, and I do believe that he will be a good counterpart for Trump as well. And so I don't think we need to think too far ahead, because there will be changes in the international order if Trump is elected. So some people actually even have a phobia, but we will just need to wait and see and coordinate as issues come up. And depending on the importance of the U.S.-ROK alliance perceived by the new president, we will see some changes, but we can play it as it goes. And as we have always said, the next 70 years of U.S.-ROK alliance will be even brighter than the last 70 years. And I believe this to be true. Even if we have a new administration led by Trump, then MAGA, Make America Great Again, could be expanded into Make Alliance Great Again. And so I look forward to such a administration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And MAGA is the same as MAGA, where A is one for America and for Alliance in Render
Good morning,
Schreiber.
and thank you very much for including me in this conference and this important discussion. I've just really enjoyed the comments so far. It's been a while since I've seen Matt Pottinger in action, and it's very refreshing to hear that kind of clarity and those kind of ideas come to the fore. So really appreciated your remarks, Matt. Let me make a couple brief comments just to augment Dr. Hamry's comments about the election itself, and then a few more comments about how we might go forward. I'll address the scenario of a Trump victory. I assume that's why I was invited to this conference and this panel. But the election itself, we are about to hold an election which the vast majority of Americans said they did not want. Most people said the last thing they wanted was a Biden-Trump rematch. That's where we are. There's a whole nother conference and books that can be written about that, about our primary system and our electoral system. But I think what that means is we have 2 candidates that will enter the race, or they're in the race, with pretty high negatives and a pretty polarized voting population. So I think that means that a lot of this campaign is going to be about reinforcing and underscoring negatives and the perceived weaknesses of the 2 candidates. These are very well-known entities, very well identified with particular issues. And if you wanted me to boil it down to a couple, the Republicans are going to run on immigration. That's why the House impeached the Department of Homeland Security Secretary with 0 chance of him being convicted by the Senate. 0 chance. So that is all about posturing before the election and running on immigration. And the Democrats are going to run on women's choice, which we've seen this play out at the state level in special elections and special measures quite successfully for the Democrats. And they're, again, going to be attacking each other based on the perceived notions of where the candidates stand on those issues and their records. Having both been president, they have records on that. This will be a close election, and because we have this electoral college system, we can say today that it will probably come down to about 5 or 6 states: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, and maybe a couple others. But the so-called purple states of a few years ago, some of those have locked in red or blue. So it's going to come down to a handful of states. All of that is to say this is not going to be an election that's going to really bring to the fore a lot of sophisticated discussion on foreign policy. And I think if you're worried about being a pawn in any of these discussions, I think you can rest easy that I don't think this is going to be a great high-minded debate about the future of the geopolitical landscape in the Indo-Pacific. I think it'll be very much about those other issues, and the tone will be extremely negative. So let me talk briefly about, in the event of a Trump victory, and what we do. We, as a community of people who care about the alliance and believe the alliance is going to be even more important going forward, no matter who is elected, given the trends in the geopolitical landscape. And I'll call it the lock-in and the 3 lean-ins, all right? So the lock-in, a lot of what's going on right now, we need to lock in and make them institutionalized. We need to have these habits of cooperation underscored. So everything from the spirit of Camp David to developments in the bilateral relationship, getting that to be as institutionalized as possible before the election, I think, is really key. The Special Measures Agreement, we all know this is something President Trump took personal interest in and has very strong views on. For example, in the spirit of locking in, I'm an advocate of renegotiating an extension now, before the election. There's no reason we couldn't do that. Yes, we have until, I guess it would be the 3rd year of a second Biden administration or second Trump administration. There's no reason we couldn't do it now. And I think there are other examples of things we want to lock in and institutionalize before the election. The 3 lean-ins: lean into the institutions and the institutional relationships. You know, when I was Assistant Secretary of Defense, you might posit what would really bad look like. Well, it might look like the president saying, we're going to withdraw troops from the Korean Peninsula, we're going to end all our exercises, we're going to insist on increased payments from South Korea for our mere presence on the peninsula. Well, that all happened. That all happened. But yet, through the institutional relationships, MINDEF to SecDef, at the National Security Council level, I think we were still able to grind out a pretty productive agenda, even in that context and in that framework. I know when we said we're going to end exercises, we at the Department of Defense said, okay, we'll break these exercises down to their component parts. An infantryman who's shooting on a range, it really doesn't matter if that's happening in a small unit level exercise or part of a bigger exercise. And there are things you want to stress and test during those large-scale exercises that you can still do. You can still simulate decision-making and command decision-making in a stressed environment. So a little entrepreneurship, but really the foundation of the relationship would be in these institutions, and that's critically important. Lean into Congress. You know, I think it was a great thing that Senators Ossoff, Sullivan, Schatz, and Young decided to form the Senate Korea Caucus in 2023 for the 70th year of the 70th anniversary of the alliance. I would suggest that move was not just about 2023 and 70 years, that was about 2025 and beyond, that Congress is preparing itself to be the guardrail and to be the advocate and promoter of the alliance. It has stepped in previously during the Carter administration, the very effective reports from Congress on the value of the alliance and the risks of removing U.S. forces. This was done in the NDAA, the National Defense Authorizations Act of 2020 and 2021, where the Congress said you're not going to be able to appropriate funds to reduce troops below a certain level. The 2021 NDAA said 28,500. So the Congress, even if it's divided, it's such a bipartisan issue in the Congress. You know, lean into that and find the support and the advocacy there as well. And then the third is lean into the opportunities. You know, when I was Assistant Secretary, my attitude was nobody elected me to anything. The president was the only nationally elected leader in the land. It's his purview to make policy decisions. He's got an unconventional approach. My job was to leverage that along with great interagency partners to find those opportunities. And I would suggest if you look back at the Trump administration, it was absolutely transformational when it comes to the view of China and reposturing ourselves to be on a better competitive footing vis-a-vis China. There are very significant changes that I would argue almost uniquely Trump was able to do. And I think for the U.S.-ROK alliance, there will be such opportunities if there is a second Trump administration. I think energy cooperation. I personally feel as though the Biden administration has had a very weak policy when it comes to energy. I think there are great opportunities in terms of potential Korean investment in LNG, and I know Senator Sullivan has talked about that. I think there'll be opportunities in defense industrial cooperation. President Trump was quite good to defense industry in the first term. I'd expect nothing less the second term, particularly after a few years of flatline defense budgets, or at least not even keeping pace with inflation. I think looking at defense industrial cooperation is another such area. Looking at emerging areas like space, there's a foundation for cooperation there, but I think this is something else that a Trump administration could support. And then thinking about the opportunities with North Korea, Dr. Rapp-Hooper's comments notwithstanding, there's just nothing there right now when it comes to the dialogue and the diplomacy. And let's remember back to the bad old days of the Trump administration where we had no ballistic missile testing, we had no nuclear testing, we had dialogue very consistently that kept a level of stability in the region. Let's think about a re-engagement strategy that may be driven by the president, but how does South Korea leverage that for all the things that are important to South Korea's interests and security? And finally, I wouldn't be so gloomy and pessimistic about it. We're looking at some wonderful accomplishments of the Biden administration. The Spirit of Camp David, for example, is a great initiative. But I'll tell you what, that wouldn't be possible without the change of government here in Seoul, and it wouldn't have been possible without the work of the previous administration. Ministry of Defense engagement and Secretary of Defense engagement among the three leaders was quite common. There was NSA meetings done low-key, but NSA meetings between the three countries. There was quite a bit of that foundation laid in the previous administration, and I think you could expect, even if it's a different tone, even if it's lower key, I think you could expect that to continue in the Trump administration. I would suggest more broadly, be a little more optimistic about the opportunities if this were to come to fruition. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you. Rather than challenges, the focus was on opportunities. In the case of Trump being elected as president. Thank you for your remarks. Next, let's go to Professor Bang Myung-nim. Thank you very much. Thank you for this invitation to the JoongAng CSIS Forum 2024. The theme is Polycrisis in 2024. Poly means having multiple heads. And so if we respond to one challenge, then another challenge will pop up, and possibly multiple challenges will pop up together. That's what polycrisis means. What I would like to mention today is whether we have the philosophical understanding or poly predictions or poly solutions for this polycrisis. We tend to have only mono philosophy and mono solutions for polycrisis. When we talk about the U.S. presidential election, there is the critical election theory. So if we take a look at the U.S. history, there are some critical elections. And the U.S. presidential election has become critical, not only for the U.S., but for the whole world, not only for the development of democracy in the U.S., but also because depending on who becomes the president of the U.S., the difference in the policies have become quite great in the U.S., impacting the whole world. So when we take a look at totalitarian, we always take a look at its rule of minority, but it seems that the U.S. is also moving towards the rule of minority because there are supporters of Democrats and supporters of Republicans, and now the swing states are the only states that are electing the president of the U.S. And so that is the change that we see in democracy, not only in the U.S., but around the world. But the U.S.-ROK alliance is quite unique. So in thinking about poly solutions, we have to take a look at the U.S.-ROK alliance. As Chairman Hong has mentioned in his opening remarks, this year we mark the first start of the new 70 years of the U.S.-ROK alliance. We signed our agreement in 1953, and it was enacted in 54. And the start of the U.S.-ROK alliance at that time was a solution against China and the former Soviet Union. And so if North Korea and China have stronger ties, then the U.S.-ROK alliance must also become stronger. And not only for the Korean peninsula, but for world peace, U.S. alliance will become an important leverage. Truman, from the beginning of the Korean War to the end, always emphasized the following. In Korea, we need to fight for peace and democracy because this may become expanded to a war against civilization and lead to World War III. And so that is why Truman emphasized the Korean War. And a similar situation is playing out currently. The European war is currently impacting the peace on the Korean Peninsula. Ever since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Russia and China have continued to be against sanctions for North Korea, and we are seeing that the Security Council is not well functioning at the moment. And Kim Jong-un has announced his policies of hostile states. But before the ties between China and Russia become stronger, we have to take a look at the relationship between the two Koreas since 2018. The inter-Korean dialogue has not continued since 2018, ever since the previous administration, ever since the Stockholm Agreement. We have not seen a dialogue between U.S. and North Korea either. Ever since the détente and also the dialogue between the two Koreas, I don't think there has been a period where the inter-Korean dialogue and U.S. DPRK dialogue has been frozen for so long. It seems that as this dialogue is no longer functioning, North Korea is actually probably enjoying the freedom in the meanwhile to develop their military programs. The coalition between North Korea, China, and Russia, the development of military programs by Kim Jong-un enjoying the freedom in this time of the lack of dialogue. In this era, we have to take a look at how we're going to look for a poly solution. Mr. Pottinger mentioned something very important, and it's something that I always emphasize whenever I have a chance to go to Washington. The U.S.-ROK alliance is very special to the U.S. This is the first alliance that U.S. has signed with the Asian continental country. And even before 1945, Korea always fought against totalitarian and anti-democratic movements. And we also fought against Bolshevism, a new totalitarian movement. And I think there's no other country than Korea that fought so hard for democracy. And this is because Korea is located right between the Asian continent and the Pacific. And so without going through Korea, I don't think there could be any civilization, any philosophy that can expand outwards. The word U.S.-ROK alliance was first used in 1943. This is very important. And this was not an alliance just against communism, but rather the word U.S.-ROK alliance was used by the Senator Alex Noren in 1943 for the first time as an alliance against another totalitarian movement. So during the last century or so, Korea had never been against the universal values. And so I do believe that the U.S. presidential election will become a critical election for all countries around the world. And at this point in time, the U.S.-ROK alliance did go through its challenges and difficult patches during the last 70 years, but we always had the force for recovery. And I believe that this motivation embedded in the alliance is very important. During Nixon, we had the détente. During the Carter administration, there was the human rights challenges. And during the Trump administration, there was the issues of falling back on some of the pledges. But because we share universal values and we have the momentum for recovery, we have shown amazing revitalization powers within the alliance, not only because of the needs of Korea, but not only because of the needs of the U.S., but because of the needs of both the U.S. and Korea. Without recovering the alliance in difficult patches, both Korea and the U.S. could not hold on to its universal values in this part of the world. So in closing, I would like to mention, first of all, that concerning the cooperation between North Korea, China, and Russia, we need to respond with two pillars, the U.S.-ROK alliance and the U.S.-ROK-Japan cooperation. And so we need to strengthen these two axes together. And second, concerning the U.S. military presence in Korea and SMA, the cost shouldered by Korea and the U.S. military presence in South Korea are both important because the military presence in Korea is a way to keep other powers in check in this area. And so moving back on these agreements will also impact the U.S. as well. This is not just a sacrifice on the U.S. side, but it's a sacrifice on both sides. And second, concerning the North Korean nuclear issue, recently, I wanted to see some stronger agreements between the two countries. So going beyond just extended deterrence, maybe we can go to mutual operations so that we can jointly operate nuclear capabilities without violating the NPT. And so I believe that that will be a great deterrence against the DPRK nuclear program. And this will be a great statement towards the axis created by North Korea, China, and Russia. I also believe that we need to continue our dialogue with North Korea. Well, some of the Korean government administrations did have a better dialogue with North Korea, but we have to take a look at the reason why. Did all of the administrations that had good communication with North Korea make all of the sacrifices to make that possible? Or did only the governments without dialogue hold on to their principles? We have to think about whether this is true. We have to think about a way to hold on to our principles, but at the same time speak to North Korea. As we have heard through the keynote presentation, through managing crisis and safety, we need to continue to maintain peace. And so dialogue channels must also be kept open. I would like to close with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Park, for your initial remarks. So far, we have heard all the initial remarks from 4 panelists. Now, for the next 30 minutes that we have, we would like to engage in a moderated panel discussion. Now, I am going to ask a question to each of the panel members, and I will get their responses, and then I'll open the floor for Q&As. So if you have any questions in the audience, then you may prepare and you can ask them later. First of all, to Dr. Henry, if Trump is re-elected, then parochial national agenda will be prioritized under the Trump administration, according to your remarks. But at the same time, of course, Trump will have to pay attention to foreign affairs and foreign policies. So when it comes to Ukraine and the conflict in the Middle East involving Israel and the Taiwan Strait and the Korean Peninsula issue, so from the perspective of Trump, of all these global issues, what will be his priority, and how do you believe that he's going to prioritize them? And in this session, we're talking about the results of the presidential election on the Korean Peninsula. So if we can get your answer when it comes to the prioritization of these global issues, then we may better able to kind of anticipate the kind of impact on the Korean Peninsula. Now, moving on to former Minister Yoon, whether Biden is re-elected or Trump is re-elected, you mentioned that for their third term or for their second term, they may be under pressure to pursue a dialogue with the DPRK, and this could be a challenge or this could be an opportunity, especially when they have to deal with nuclear issues. What will be other agenda items other than nuclear issues that may cause more tensions? Or other agenda items other than nuclear issues that may open up new opportunities? That's my question to former Minister Yoon. Next, to Dr. Schreiber. You talked about many opportunities we may utilize, especially when Trump is re-elected. You talked about energy cooperation, defense industry cooperation, and space cooperation. And indeed, this is part of the areas where Biden will, of course, continue to pursue cooperation when he gets reelected. But if we assume that Trump is reelected, when it comes to energy cooperation and defense industry cooperation, what specific areas of cooperation or types of cooperation can we anticipate? These days, we talk about SMR or small modular nuclear reactor cooperation, and there has been some activity going on between Korea and the U.S. regarding that. And when it comes to the defense industries, the U.S. has the Jones Act. So because of this, the U.S. is, as for armored ships or maintenance, they are not able to do so from other countries other than the U.S. But when you consider the shipbuilding capacities of the U.S. that have been almost fulfilled, then there may be a need to revise the Jones Act. And in that sense, maybe the U.S. and Korea can collaborate and cooperate when it comes to the Jones Act and defense industry cooperation. And finally, to Professor Park, you mentioned that for the past 70 years, the ROK-U.S. alliance has shown strong resilience. So our alliance has been very resilient. And that remark, I was quite impressed by that remark. At this point in time, we're talking about whether it will be Trump or Biden that will lead America for the next 4 years. So there are a lot of concerns and discussions on negative implications, potential negative implications on our alliance. But indeed, for the past 7 decades, our alliance has been strong and resilient despite many challenges. And I believe that this may have to do with the double deterrence impact. That could be the reason for such a strong resilience, or there may be other factors that contributed to strong resilience. So now first, Mr. Henry.
Well, you asked what are Trump's priorities. I just don't think he thinks like that. I think he turns on Fox TV and kind of that's the priority, for whatever happened that day. He doesn't have a strategic, frame of reference. That's just not. He has strong sentiments, and I think those sentiments have a coherence to them. But when you mentioned 3 things, Ukraine, Gaza, and Taiwan, I think he has spoken pretty clearly about Ukraine, that he feels that that war he could end that war tomorrow, kind of thing. And so I think he would move pretty quickly to try to change how we're supporting Ukraine. I think that would have a significant near-term impact. I think on Gaza, he's been very, very ambivalent on Gaza. Unfortunately, the Gaza war has really undermined the Abraham Accords. I think that was a strategic development, by the way. I think that was quite a strategic development, but I think it's been seriously undermined by this war, and I think that he'll find his instinct will be to support Israel, but he also knows that it's undermining the future relations with Gulf Arab states, and so I think he will be. I don't expect clarity on the Gaza issue at all. I think on Taiwan, he doesn't tend to think about China as a geomilitary issue. He thinks about it as an economic competition issue, and I think there will be a very strong impulse in the administration to want to really use sanctions and tariffs in order to try to accelerate the transition of global supply chains away from China. I think that I know I've heard from businessmen who have been talking to people who say they are close to President Trump, that there will be a very aggressive push to try to force companies back, to rebase in the United States. I don't think there's a well-grounded economic model that underlies that, but it certainly is his instinct. I do think you'll see a very sharp turn to try to block any Chinese company that moves to Mexico to try to take advantage of the USMCA, the U.S. Mexico-Canada agreement. I think that you can anticipate, but I don't think he thinks about Taiwan as a military challenge. Now, this is where it'll be very interesting to see what happens if the senior leadership in the Republican Congressional Caucus decides they want to do a big provocative trip to Taiwan. What will he do? My guess is he would ask them not to do it. That's just my gut instinct, because I think he wants to control the agenda, and I think he feels that would introduce energies that he couldn't manage. So my sense is that I really don't worry too much about Taiwan. I think Gaza, it's ambivalent. I don't know that he's going to have a clarity, but I think Ukraine is going to be a real crisis.
네, 감사합니다. 윤병수 장관님.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Yoon.
감사합니다.
Thank you for the question. Currently, we are going through this era of polycrisis. There are multiple crises happening all over the world. Now, when it comes to the Indo-Pacific region, we are faced by many challenges. And as the U.S. strategic report indicates, in the 21st century, the epicenter of geopolitics is the Indo-Pacific region. So for that reason, the Asia-Pacific region or the Indo-Pacific region focused on nuclear issues and the DPRK issues, but our attention has been diverted away from nuclear issues to other daunting and immediate challenges. Now, for other challenges, what I note the most of is, first of all, the Taiwan issue and peace on Southeast Sea or South China Sea. And there are other global issues that have impact on the Indo-Pacific region. And what we understand very well is that these challenges are all interconnected. So integrated deterrence is a notion that the U.S. would like to operate in a more effective manner. And in the case of Korea, we do not have a well-established understanding of the integrated deterrence system that can cover multiple challenges in the region. And when this type of system goes beyond the non-military area to go into the military domain, we really need to consider this seriously because it may have huge implications. For instance, the situation in Ukraine is ongoing, and we've been providing non-military support to Ukraine, but the question now is whether we should also provide military support or not. And in this process, this may go beyond the realm of North Korean nuclear issues. Then people may start to think about the role of the U.S. forces in Korea, not as a means to respond to and deter North Korea, but rather as a means to have some military presence in the region. Then this may have larger implications for the entire region. So when it comes to the role of the U.S. forces Korea, as well as the composition of the U.S. forces Korea, we really have to consider this from multiple perspectives. And the government, the Korean government, has to be more careful and cautious in considering the role and the composition of such forces in Korea. Now, moving on to potential opportunities. We have these new agreements between the U.S. and Korea. So there was one in Cambodia and another one last year at Camp David. And when you read these agreements, these are very comprehensive, and there are 20 specific areas where the two countries will cooperate. So if we can execute them in earnest, then these will have huge opportunities. So the relations between Korea and the U.S. is going on well now. We may also try to institutionalize such relations by having, let's say, a secretariat, or have more regularized and systematic and institutionalized mechanisms put in place between the two countries, Korea and the U.S. Then no matter who becomes president, we will still be able to implement these agreements. And currently, we have a lot of concerns over DPRK nuclear issues, but we also need to think about how to respond to cutting-edge technologies, including the AI and quantum computing. We need further cooperation between Korea and the U.S. And if we focus on these emerging areas, we can divert our attention to these opportunities. And as Professor Park mentioned, this year will be critical when it comes to potential nuclear tests and missile provocations by the DPRK, whether Biden gets reelected or Trump gets reelected. We have to think about this non-proliferation framework and to what extent Korea can deter or respond to nuclear provocations by the DPRK, including nuclear armament. It could be the Australian model or Japan model or the NATO model. So under the peaceful non-proliferation regime, Korea really has to discuss seriously with the U.S. about specific ways to defend ourselves from potential nuclear provocations. And of course, these discussions will have to be based on the Iraq-U.S. alliance. And this is something we can consider going forward. So in that sense, last year there was a great report from the CSIS, and there were other very significant reports from other think tanks. So we can refer to them. And we have to really play a greater role in addressing these many challenges. Thank you for your answers.
Randy Schreiber.
Thank you. You rightfully challenged me to add a little more specificity to the points I made. I use those as illustrative examples of where there may be opportunities. But let me just take a quick crack at it. I think at a foundational level, there would be a sea change in energy policy, going from an administration that prioritizes climate change as a threat and therefore has taken active steps to curtail exploration and extraction of oil, crack down on opportunities for extracting shale gas through fracking, has curtailed the avenues for delivery of LNG and so on and so forth. So this would be a sea change in terms of just how energy is viewed and the U.S. energy sector, which is really not, the Trump administration would not look at the sector and our private companies as part of the problem. They'd look at it as part of the solution to really reigniting economic growth and opportunity and putting us back at the center of sort of global energy trade as a somewhat independent energy actor, non-dependent on others, but also as a partner and ally to those that are more energy dependent. And here's where, I mean, I think South Korea is dependent on imports for energy, and I think in that framework there's going to be opportunity, and I don't know that I could sort of go through all the specific opportunities. I know Senator Sullivan, as I said before, has talked about needing investment to open more extraction for LNG, and then that means more terminals, more shipping. These are very exquisite capabilities that are required, and as it turns out, very limited resources that people compete over. But when you go from an administration that has curtailed that to one that wants to unleash that, there are startups costs associated with that, and within that, I think there are probably win-win opportunities. And I think you mentioned modular nuclear energy. I think the administration would be very open to expanding cooperation into that area, just again because the attitude would be entirely different. It would frankly just be inverted, that they would see these as opportunities and they would see these as ways to strengthen relationships and help the U.S. private sector. On defense industrial cooperation, I'm a Navy guy by training. I'm not a huge fan of the Jones Act. I don't know that it necessarily needs to be changed. I think there are opportunities through the use of waivers and so on and so forth to be able to expand production with our allied partners. I do know this. I never thought I would see U.S. senators and members of Congress when it comes to the construction of new nuclear-powered submarines saying, no, don't give us more business. We are at max capacity, and if you ask us to build a nuclear-powered submarine for Australia, it's going to disrupt our line and our ability to replenish what we need in U.S. forces. Never thought I'd see that day where congressmen were saying, no, we don't want the business. Well, what they're really saying, of course, is they're stretched on capacity for everything from, well, human capital might actually be at the top of that list. And with the combination of how our defense industries have really consolidated and the needs of the Navy being seen as a certain way, not necessarily prioritized during the global war on terror, for a lot of reasons, we have a capacity issue. And I again, I don't know that I could say there's somebody advising President Trump who's thought about this and could say, the pathway forward is industrial cooperation with South Korea, which is world class when it comes to shipbuilding. It seems to me there'd be an open-mindedness to that, but I think it would go much broader than that. Again, a sea change, when you talk about an administration that says we're facing the challenge of a generation when it comes to the military and defense challenges that China poses, and then puts forward defense budgets that don't keep pace with inflation, to a previous administration that grew the defense budget while not active in new conflicts, trying to draw down old conflicts, all for the purposes of deterrence. So I think there would be opportunities there as well, and it would be for the next administration to explore.
네, 아주 친절한.
Thank you very much for your kind responses. Now, Professor Park.
예, 김성환 실장님께서 굉장히 중요한 문제.
Thank you, Professor Kim, for asking me this very important question.
제가 생각하기에는
In my view,
비교적 이제 공개된 비밀 자료를 쭉 봤을 때
according to publicly available intelligence,
갈등이나 이견
it seems that between Korea and the U.S., there is a high level of mutual understanding and an understanding of the differences as well. During Park Chung-hee administration, there was a document from the National Archive that I was able to get access to recently, and I was surprised to read this document from the period of President Park Chung-hee. And at that time, there was an attack inside the presidential office, and there was some kidnapping. And at that time, the U.S. seemed to see that President Park Chung-hee and his administration is rather different or unique in that President Park made some strong remarks, but when it comes to their internal approaches, there was a very strong determination and will to avoid a war on the Korean Peninsula. So this suggests that President Park and his government put a lot of emphasis on preventing these types of incidents from expanding, and there was a close coordination between the U.S. and Korea at that time. So on the surface, we have the double-layered deterrence, and there's also a strong commitment of the two countries to deter threats and provocations. And there are divisions of roles and responsibilities between Korea and the U.S. to achieve this common goal. And when it comes to our alliance and our bilateral relations, we know that there has been a long history of deep trust and mutual understanding and commitment between the two countries over the years. We all know that the U.S. played a key role in defending freedom and democracy in Korea by fighting in the Korean War, and since forging the Mutual Defense Treaty, the two countries have been faithful to their commitment. And after signing the Mutual Defense Treaty, Korea went through a process of democratization, ending dictatorship, and achieving full democracy, even though we have always been bordered by the dictatorship, totalitarian government of North Korea. And in 1988, you can refer to the U.S. report as well as the World Bank report. Since 1988, the World Bank began to classify Korea as a first world category where economic development and democracy were achieved at the same time. So it was 1988 when the World Bank began to classify Korea as part of the first world. And the full-fledged democracy, which only represents 8% of the total population, is the highest level of democracy, and Korea is considered as a full-fledged democracy. So this means that Korea has achieved a lot in terms of democracy, peace, economic development, and human rights. And the U.S. has had full trust in Korea's capabilities and commitment to these universal values. So when there are some emerging crises on either part of these two countries, there was no disagreement between Korea and the U.S. when it comes to the need for close coordination to respond to any emerging challenges. So it is very strong and stable, and such a ROK-U.S. alliance, I believe, has been critical in this region. And as Dr. Henry mentioned, Korea can become G8 or G9. It's not just because of Korea's economic standing, but also because of Korea's contribution to global peace and prosperity. So I agree with his view. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the abundant resources for articles that you have just presented. I do need to ask you for your understanding. From noon, we will be listening to the luncheon remarks by Honorable Shin, Minister of Defense, and we have been asked to keep the time very accurately. There has been a special request for timekeeping. So if there are any of you who believe that they will lose sleep if they cannot answer, cannot have their question asked, then we will just take one question from the floor. If not, then we will close the session here. Are there any questions from the floor? Thank you. There are no questions from the floor. So allow me to conclude the session with briefly summarizing the session. So this session is titled U.S.-ROK Alliance and the 2024 U.S. presidential election. Whether Biden's re-elected or whether Trump is elected again, whoever is elected, opportunities and challenges do exist together from the Korean perspective. From the Korean perspective, we need to try and minimize challenges and maximize opportunities. So that is the direction that we should be moving in. Second, as Professor Park has mentioned, for the last 70 years, the U.S.-ROK alliance has focused on security and economy, as well as preserving our common values of freedom and democracy. And so we have maintained very strong resilience and strength for our alliance, and this will continue into the future. In order to do so, we need to make sure that we continue to have comprehensive partnerships, and we need to continue to discover agendas for this comprehensive partnership. And so those are the thoughts that I have had through session 1. And many people talk about SMA or burden sharing, but along with burden sharing, we also have to think about role sharing. So role sharing will be as important as burden sharing. The request for role sharing can be made with higher capacity on the Korean side because then the U.S. will expect more from Korea. And so when we have adequate role sharing, the U.S.-ROK alliance can contribute more widely and deeply, not only on the Korean peninsula, but in the Indo-Pacific. Once again, Thank you very much for sharing your insights with us during session 1. A big round of applause for our 4 gentlemen, please. Thank you.
네. 이렇게 해서 중앙일보
Thank
CSIS
you
포럼
very much.
2024의 오전
So with
세션 첫
that,
번째 세션
we just have concluded the first session of the JoongAng Ilbo-CSIS Forum 2024, titled the U.S.-ROC Alliance and the 2024 U.S. Presidential Election. Another big round of applause to the moderator and the panel members. Thank you. I would now like to ask the 5 gentlemen on the stage to go back to their seats.
네, 저희가 깜짝 이벤트
Thank you. We have a surprise for all of you. As moderator Kim mentioned, we have with us many of the current and former government officials, as well as security and foreign affairs experts from home and abroad. But with us, we have Minister of Defense of the Republic of Korea, Minister Shin. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
네, 무대 위도 준비가 됐고요. 중앙일보 CSIS 포럼
The stage is ready,
점심시간
and we will soon have the luncheon. But before that, we would like to invite Defense Minister Shin Won-sik.
예, 반갑습니다.
Pleased to meet you. As have been introduced, I am Shin Won-sik, Minister of National Defense. I would like to extend my sincere congratulations on the successful opening of the JoongAng CSIS Forum 2024. I would like to express my deep gratitude to Chairman Hong Seok-hyun of JoongAng Holdings and President John Henry of CSIS for hosting such a meaningful occasion. I would also like to extend my gratitude to former National Security Advisor Mr. Kim Sung-han, former Foreign Minister Mr. Yoon Young-kwan and Mr. Yoon Byung-se, former Special Representative for Korea Peninsula Peace and Security Mr. Ri Sung-rak, Chairman Matt Pottinger of the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, Chairman Randall Shriver of Project 2049, Senior Vice President Alison Hooker, and Senior Vice President Victor Cha. Thank you also to the other distinguished participants for joining us today. The JoongAng CSIS Forum has presented various solutions for security on the Korean Peninsula since its establishment. Considering the current security affairs, I believe that this year's forum is also taking place at a timely moment. We are in the face of grave security challenges today. Wars between Israel and Hamas and between Russia and Ukraine are dragging on, and the Neo-Cold War between the sides of liberalism and totalitarianism is becoming more intense. The military cooperation between Russia and North Korea is growing stronger. From today to the 14th, ROK-U.S. combined exercise will be conducted. There is a possibility that North Korea conducts various provocations in line with the timing of the combined exercise and the election dates of Korea and the U.S. I was able to reaffirm that the U.S.-ROK alliance is more robust than ever before through my phone call with Secretary Austin last week. Going forward, we will continue to see robustness of the alliance. As the rules-based international order is challenged, the value of U.S.-ROK alliance is further increased. That is because the Republic of Korea is located at the very front of the Indo-Pacific strategy and possesses the largest and greatest military capability out of all U.S. allies. As a new era of techno-geopolitics is arriving, where the level of science and technology will determine national destinies, the alliance of science and technology between the Republic of Korea and the U.S. becomes firmer, especially because Korea is a pivotal nation that possesses cutting-edge supply chains for semiconductors, AI, secondary cells, and defense industry. Our countries fought and shed blood together against the invasion of communist forces during the Korean War. Through such an experience, we learned a historical lesson that only powerful strength can protect peace.
Korea and the U.S. are striving to realize peace through strength based on a powerful combined defense posture. We will complete a unified extended deterrence executed together by the Republic of Korea and the United States by the end of the first half of this year through the Nuclear Consultative Group. And also, we will continue to develop the ROK-U.S.-Japan security cooperation following the agreements made by Camp David. I ask for your interest to support the efforts made by both countries for the peace in the Indo-Pacific region. Once again, I extend my deepest gratitude to all of you for your presence at today's special event. Moving forward, I hope that the JoongAng CSIS Forum contributes to more world peace and U.S.-ROK alliance. Thank you very much. Minister Shin, once again, a big round of applause to the minister. Thank you. With that, we have just concluded the morning sessions for JCSIS Forum 2024. The afternoon session will begin here at 2 p.m. after lunch. Thank you.
점심 식사 안내해드리겠습니다.
Some housekeeping announcements.
내일 저녁
뉴스의 현장에서 뵙겠습니다.
아마 난 너를 기다렸나 봐. JTBC 아마 난 너를 좋아하나 봐. 아마 난 너를 사랑하나 봐. JTBC
뭐 색다른 일 없을까? 나만의 색깔, 너만의 색깔로 할 수 있는 일. 함께하자. 하늘을 하늘색으로, 숲을 초록색으로, 바다를 푸른색으로. 지구의 당연한 색깔을 돌려주는 일 말이야. 방법은 수백 가지, 선택은 내 맘대로. 이토록 다채로운 우리 별의 컬러를 언제까지나 볼 수 있게. 나만의 방식으로 색다르게, 다채롭게. Coloring your world, coloring your earth. JTBC Tomorrow 캠페인.
오래 기다렸지?
끝내십니까? 보고 계셨습니까?
멋있다. 그럼 시작해볼까?
하나, 둘, 셋!
뭐야 인사 뭐야?
그 시절 내가 좋아했던 소녀.
대한민국 최고 이혼 해결사의 솔루션.
잘했어요.
한번 봐볼까?
네, 그럼 지금부터
Let us now resume for the second session of the JoongAng Ilbo-CSIS Forum 2024. This session is titled How to Deal with North Korea, China, and Russia. Session will be moderated by Mr. Yoon Young-kwan, former Minister of Foreign Affairs.
네, 안녕하십니까. 방금
Good afternoon. As was introduced, my name is Young-kwan Yoon. I would like to extend my warm welcome to all of you, and it is my pleasure and privilege to be serving as the moderator for Session 2. We have top-class experts from both Korea and the U.S. to discuss very important topics, and I'm very happy to be part of this meaningful discussion. I remember about 7 or 8 years ago when I started my participation in the forum. At that time, there was a panel member who knew Jake Sullivan very well. Likewise, we have with us very significant figures from the U.S. who may later in the future become a very important part of the U.S. government, taking important positions. As was the case in the morning session, we have a wonderful panel of experts who will discuss how we can respond to North Korea, China, and Russia and their alignment. As you may know very well, back in 2019, the Hanoi summit between the DPRK and the U.S. failed, and after that, Kim Jong-un started to take a more harder line, and immediately after that, North Korea focused on further advancing their nuclear capabilities. And at the same time, there was a high level of instability on the Korean peninsula. And back in 2022, you may remember that the DPRK announced publicly that they may use nuclear weapons in a preemptive manner. Of course, there were 5 conditions that they laid out, but this raised the possibility of a preemptive nuclear usage. Now, globally, earlier in 2022, there was an invasion of Ukraine by Russia, and this war is still ongoing, and it has entered its 3rd year. After the APEC summit talks in San Francisco last year, the U.S.-China relations seem to be improving, so there are signs for more optimism. But when it comes to the Gaza Strip and Hamas attack on Israel, there's a war going on in the Middle East as well. And in September last year, Chairman Kim Jong-un visited Russia, and he made a visit to some military facilities, and he also visited the aerospace center in Russia. And then, after the talks between the U.S. and Russia, as was mentioned by the previous panel members in the morning, for the past 6 months, more than 6,700 shipments have been made between the DPRK and Russia. So these are very new and emerging developments in the region. So as I mentioned, there is greater instability and uncertainty on the Korean peninsula, and so there is a growing concern among the Korean public. In particular, Kim Jong-un claimed that South Korea is an enemy state, and the inter-Korean relations are not friendly in nature, but rather relations between 2 states in conflict. So in this session, we're going to be discussing the implications of the closer ties between the DPRK and Russia and their ties with China, and how they are going to evolve over time, and what we need to do to deal with these current developments. We have 5 panel members for the discussion. To my left, we have with us Alison Hooker, former Senior Director for Asia at the White House National Security Council. She was head of Asia Department, and for several decades she has been doing research, and she also worked for the government in formulating and implementing practical policies in these regards. Next to her, we have with us Ambassador Shin. He worked at the Foreign Affairs Ministry for 30 years, and currently he is the head of the China Studies Institute at Tongsa University. He served as Korea's ambassador to China as well as Korean ambassador to Australia. Next to him is Dr. Victor Cha. He may need no introduction because he's well known to the Korean public. He is an expert on East Asian studies and North Korean matters, and currently he's serving as the Senior Vice President of CSIS, and he's also Korea Chair at the CSIS. And during the George W. Bush administration, he was Director for Asia, and currently at the Georgetown University, he is a distinguished professor. And next to him, we have with us a former ROC ambassador, former Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade, Shin. And he also served as ambassador of Korea to Israel. And next to him, we have with us Mr. Wi Song-rak, who served as the special representative for Korean Peninsula Peace and Security Affairs, and he's currently the Secretary General of the Korea Peace Foundation, who is a co-host of today's forum. And let me now explain to you how we're going to proceed with the session. I already informed the panelists of the discussion topics in advance. We are going to discuss the closer ties between the DPRK and Russia and their implications on international politics. And we have experts on Russia, Japan, and China. They served as ambassadors to these countries. So they may comment on this question as well as give some insights on their perspectives, the perspectives of these countries. First, I'd like to invite Alison Hooker for her initial remarks for about 5 minutes. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Minister Yoon. And I also would like to say thank you, Dr. Hanry and Dr. Cha and Chairman Hong for the opportunity to be here on this distinguished panel today to join you here. So thank you very much. This is a very important topic, and it's really an honor to be able to share some thoughts with you today. The relationship between Moscow and Pyongyang, the closer ties that they've achieved over the past few months, it does several things. It perpetuates the Polycrisis we're here to talk about today, I'd say in 4 distinct ways. Number one, obviously, it's providing Russia with what it needs to continue the war on Ukraine. We've heard of the details about that from several of our speakers today: munitions, missiles, other support that North Korea is providing Russia, and that's helping the war in Ukraine continue. That's a major crisis that affects the world. Number two, this relationship is strengthening North Korea. It's doing that by giving North Korea food and fuel and the things it needs for basic survival, but also helping to expand its own military industrial sector and increasing its capacity to build those munitions, to build those missiles, and to pose a greater threat on South Korea and the region and the world. So that's a second way. Number three, the closer relationship between Moscow and Pyongyang, it's actually reducing the leverage that China has over North Korea and over Russia. This has a number of second-tier effects, and perhaps we'll talk about this through our conversation, but it ultimately reduces the efficacy of sanctions on North Korea and Russia because China's leverage is being reduced by this relationship. And number four, it strengthens, as Matt Pottinger talked about earlier today, this really strengthens this new axis of autocracies that is forming in the world. So you mutually reinforcing these relationships and strengthening the partnership between these countries. I'd say on the positive side, if we can draw some silver linings here, the positive side of this new burgeoning relationship, I shouldn't say new, but this increased closer ties between Moscow and Pyongyang is that it raises North Korea to the top of the news cycle again. It focuses our attention on North Korea, which, although South Korea has been very focused on North Korea consistently, I think we can all agree that it dropped off our radar in the rest of the world because of the Polycrisis we're dealing with, because of the war in Ukraine, because of the Middle East, because of China, Taiwan. North Korea has not been at the focus of our attention, but this development does refocus our attention back on North Korea and hopefully will increase our efforts to thwart North Korea's actions and to defend against their threats. And in that vein, just as a final point, I think we've talked about it a lot here today, It's increasing the strength of the ties between the democracies, and in particular our trilateral relationship. Now, we've had this trilateral relationship for many years, and the focus of that relationship has often been on North Korea, on cooperating our efforts to defend and deter North Korea. We've seen that strengthened and elevated to even a greater level through the Camp David Summit and the other engagements that are taking place. And I think that's very important, and in large thanks to President Yoon and his bold step to improve the relationship with Japan really paved the way for that. And that's a great start. It's something we must continue. And also outside of that trilateral relationships, hopefully this renewed focus on North Korea will draw in our other allies and like-minded partners. We really benefited from like-mindeds working together over previous administrations on countering North Korea, particularly in the sanctions space, but also in the deterrence space, and that's really important. In addition to our sanctions implementation, our military cooperation, training and exercises, hopefully will also increase. And again, as Matt Pottinger put it this morning, deterrence is the name of the game, and I think that will continue to be important over the coming months and years. So with that, I'll stop my initial comments. Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you very much. It was indeed quite comprehensive, dealing with the implications of DPRK-Russia ties on the Korean Peninsula, and especially their implications on democracies. And she raised the importance of closer solidarity and coordination among the democracies. And she also talked about the weakening leverage of China. Now, I'd like to invite Ambassador Shin for your initial remarks. Thank you. First of all, I am very honored to be part of this JoongAng Ilbo-CSIS Forum 2024. Thank you very much to the hosts for inviting me to this meaningful occasion. Between the DPRK and Russia, there is growing military cooperation, and it has negative consequences on Northeast Asia as well as on Europe. In my view, Russia's intensified military cooperation with the DPRK, as was mentioned by the other panel member, is intended to gain the upper hand in the war in Ukraine. And at the same time, I believe Russia is becoming closer to the DPRK to divert U.S. attention from Ukraine so that it can have a better position in this war. Of course, Russia's action is sending a message to the Republic of Korea that if it does not stop supporting Ukraine, it will continue to support North Korea diplomatically and militarily. So I believe that there are double messages that Russia is sending. Recently, the foreign minister visited Korea, and the vice ministerial talks between Russia and Korea may have dealt with this topic as well, in my view. Now, North Korea is receiving foreign currency, and they gained foreign currency and other resources from Russia so that they can continue to advance their missile technologies and nuclear technologies. And they're also trying to diversify their nuclear delivery means. And in order to do that, they're trying to acquire Russia's cutting-edge military technology. And at the same time, the DPRK is trying to alleviate pressure from the international community, including the U.S. on North Korea, by gaining active diplomatic support from Russia. So indeed, military cooperation between the DPRK and Russia is strengthened because of the mutual understanding and mutual interests. And if President Putin's visit to North Korea takes place in the near future, it is expected that cooperation between these two countries will develop further in various areas. And in particular, we are quite concerned that such intense military cooperation between the DPRK and Russia will have a negative impact on peace and stability and may further encourage North Korea's armed provocations. With respect to China's positions, China believes that such ties between the DPRK and Russia are matters of the third countries, so China is trying not to be too concerned, so they are refraining from expressing any positions on this development. And from the perspective of China, they have agreed to provide limited support and limited cooperation. But when it comes to the war in Ukraine, China is trying to maintain a neutral position. So, concerning Russia, China is not providing military supplies and munitions. So when it comes to the DPRK supply of military supplies to Russia, China is not saying anything. But when it comes to their closer ties having implications on the Korean Peninsula, China may have some concerns because the closer cooperation between the DPRK and Russia may have negative consequences on the Korean Peninsula, and that is why China is closely monitoring the situation. And China is trying to revitalize their power, and they're trying to revive their centrality. So to do so, they need stability in the region and on the Korean Peninsula. So China says that there's no war, no nuke, and no stability, no instability. So that is the basic principle of China's foreign policies. In addition, if Russia provides cutting-edge technology to the DPRK regarding missiles and nuclear, I do not see that as a high possibility. But this may deal a big blow to the international community's effort for non-proliferation. And Russia is a permanent member of the Security Council. And it means that Russia will compromise the sanctions that were implemented by the UN, where Russia was part of making that decision. And if Russia indeed goes against that, then it may further weaken the strength of the United Nations. And for some Middle East countries and African countries and military regimes, there have been some illicit military exchanges with the DPRK. Therefore, if Russia continues to work closely with North Korea militarily, then this may have negative impact on other countries in the regions as well. Thank you for your initial remarks, and you shared with us the perspective and the positions of China. Thank you very much.
Well, currently, a new phenomenon is that in Europe, the war in Ukraine and how this is linked with the challenge on the Korean Peninsula. From the U.S. position, I do believe that it would be a source of headache. The alignment with North Korea, China, and Russia is not only an axis impacting the Korean Peninsula, but also Ukraine. And so what is the position of the U.S.? Dr. Cha, would you like to go?
Well, thank you, Foreign Minister Yun. So I think the NATO Secretary General the other week said that the war of Ukraine is a war of ammunition. And so the only thing that is keeping Russia in this war really is North Korea. This relationship that has developed, as Allison said, within the last few months, really is unprecedented in the history of Soviet-North Korean relations, in the sense that in the past, North Korea was always asking for things in the relationship with the Soviet Union and Russia. They were asking for security guarantees. They were asking for subsidized food and fuel. During the Cold War, the Soviets subsidized fuel to North Korea. It's something like 75% of market price. So they were getting fuel very cheap from the Soviet Union. And then the North Koreans were asking the Soviets and then the Russians for debt relief. So they were constantly asking the Soviet Union, Russia for things. And now it's a completely different relationship, an entirely different relationship where Putin needs North Korea. And so the North Koreans are exploiting this to the best that they can. So because it's just after lunch, I actually brought some pictures to keep people awake. So if we could bring up the first slide. So this is I can't really see it from here, but this is a this is a graphic that basically shows how North Korean munitions are making their way to the war front in Ukraine. They largely come out of Najin port in North Korea and then are transported to Donetsk port in Russia. And then from Russia, you can see they take a long train ride to the west, to basically 3 munitions depots on the war front on the western side, Tikhoretsk, Mozdov, and then a third one that begins with the letter Y, which I cannot pronounce, so I'm not even going to try. This is the route they've taken. So the first thing to notice about the route that the North Koreans and Russians are using is that this is very hard to intercept with PSI, right? Very hard to intercept this sort of activity that's moving deep into Russia to the war front. Our analysis of this shows a minimum of 25 shipments that have taken place, containers, with many containers of shipments that have moved between Najin and Donetsk. And that's a minimum of 25, and of those, the vast majority of them are dark ships. In other words, all the location data and AIS on the ships have been turned off. The vast majority of them. So this is a major concern, and it has basically, in my initial remarks, I'll tick off 5 implications. I'm sorry, if you could just go to the next slide. We could just go to the next. So this is Tikhoretsk, and this is in, I'm going to fall out of my chair here, August 2023. And the reason I wanted to show you this slide is that this is one of the main munitions depots that the White House, the Biden White House has named as one of the sources. This is what it looks like in August. If you go to the next slide. If we can go to the next slide. This is in February of 2024, and the reason I wanted to show you that is you can see that the Russians have built all these new revetments, which are for storage of munitions. That's entirely all North Korean, right? That's all being driven by North Korean supply, and there are 3 deep munition storage facilities that have gone through this similar transformation, all at the war front with Ukraine. So the implications of this, the first, this is about the best thing that could have happened for Kim Jong-un. If you think about it, the last time we saw Kim Jong-un was after the failure of the summit in Hanoi, where he had to take the, 60-hour train ride back to North Korea. It was a big gamble for him. It failed. Very embarrassing for the North Korean leader. And then that was followed by COVID, the 3-year COVID lockdown. So coming out of the COVID lockdown, Kim Jong-un needed something big to restore himself. He needed something big. Another trip to meet the Singaporean Prime Minister was not going to do it. It had to be something big. And this summit with Putin, Putin's eventual return summit, probably sometime this spring, was the big thing that he needed. Second, as Allison already suggested, and as Mira Rapp-Hooper stated earlier today, North Korea is getting more than food and fuel in return for this ammunition. The North Korean leader is not going to take a long train ride to Russia to meet Putin just for food and fuel. I thought it was interesting that Mira named some of the things that they believe the North Koreans are getting returned. The last thing she mentioned was other advanced technologies, quote, other advanced technologies, unquote. And I think the concern there, as has been mentioned already, military satellite technology, but the thing I'm most concerned about is nuclear submarine technology. KCNA reported that a couple of weeks ago that Kim Jong-un reviewed the plan for nuclear submarines and was happy with the progress, right? North Korea is opaque, but on these sorts of weapon systems, they're very transparent about what they want to do. Historically, the Soviets have been very stingy with this sort of high-end military technology to North Korea. They have not provided it in the past. Yes, North Korean missile engines are all Soviet and Russian design, but that usually was purchased through third parties and reverse engineered. The Soviets usually didn't provide it directly. But as we said, Putin is literally fighting for his life in this war in Ukraine. If he loses this war in Ukraine, Putin is done. He's gone. And he's entirely relying on North Korean ammunition. So that could very much change Putin's calculation. Third, this relationship between DPRK and Russia really means that the North Koreans have no interest in talking to the United States, absolutely no interest in talking to the United States. I think this became very clear when the North Koreans were ready to return Travis King, the U.S. Army soldier who ran across the joint security area in Panmunjom. When they were ready to return him, they conveyed that they were going to return him, but they had two conditions. They wanted to return him to a third country, and they did not want to talk to the Americans. So this return was entirely negotiated by the Swedes and by the Chinese. So they have absolutely no interest in talking to the United States, given all that they're getting doing with Russia. Fourth, with regard to China, I think this makes China very uncomfortable, but at the same time, I think it will cause China and Xi Jinping to actually draw closer to North Korea. China always claims it has very little influence on North Korea, but it guards that influence jealously. As we all know, when Kim Jong-un took power, Xi Jinping refused to meet him until Donald Trump said he would meet with Kim Jong-un. And then Xi Jinping met with Kim Jong-un, I think, 5 times. And then after the failure of the summit in Hanoi, Xi Jinping has not met with him since then. I'm pretty certain that we will see Xi Jinping meeting with Kim Jong-un now in order to try to lessen or balance out the influence the Russians have over North Korea. And then finally, fifth, I don't think, my personal opinion, I don't think the cohering of the North Korea-Russia-China axis is something that has been provoked by the growing trilateral relationship between the United States, Japan, and Korea. Sometimes I've heard people said Camp David provoked this cohering relationship. I don't think that's right. I think the trilateral relationship serves a very important purpose in terms of reducing any chance for miscalculation by Kim Jong-un that somehow he thinks he can deter the United States from responding to a North Korean action. And that what has really driven this together has been the war in Ukraine. That is what has really driven, particularly the Russians and the North Koreans together. So Foreign Minister, I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cha. Thank you very much for providing us with much room for discussion. And I hope to get back to some of your important points during the subsequent rounds. Let us now go to Ambassador Shin Gak-soo. In particular, recently we do see reportings of possible dialogue between Japan and China. So could you share with us Japan's perspective of the DPRK-Russia relations? Thank you very much. I would also like to begin by thanking Chairman Hong for this invitation, as well as Dr. Henry from CSIS, and all those who have made this forum possible. Thank you for this invitation. The topic for today is Polycrisis. So that is the big overall topic for the forum. Polycrisis is the current situation in the post-Cold War era. The word actually shows how super connected we are in this post-Cold War era. During this session, we are dealing with the relations between DPRK, China, and Russia. And in the end, the three countries became closer because of the mutual interest revolving around the war in Ukraine. And so in the end, it's about a war in Europe that is having a direct impact in Northeast Asia. So it really shows how connected we are around the world. As you're well aware, North Korea has recently is experiencing both light and darkness. Light because North Korea is advancing their nuclear weapons, and they are seeing their nuclear program coming close to completion. In 2021, at the 8th People's Congress, they announced the 5 agendas for modernizing their weapons, but it's difficult for me to count them off one by one. But I think in 3 areas they have had great advancements, and in 2 areas they have also high potential. And so this means that by becoming nuclearized, they have added to their deterrence against South Korea and the U.S., and they also now have the leverage of being able to use the nuclear card in situations and contingencies. This actually is impacting the actions by North Korea. On the flip side, the North Korean economy has deteriorated with the UN Security Council sanctions from 2017, followed by subsequent sanctions by the U.S., Korea, and other like-minded countries. And they were also hit by the COVID pandemic, and so the North Korean economy is in dire situations. North Korea has a double structure of inside Pyongyang and outside Pyongyang. It's almost like 2 different economies. Kim Jong-un has recently acknowledged this double structure, and so that is how bad the economy is. And socially, as other panelists have mentioned, social instability is rising in North Korea, and so they need to respond to that. In particular, they are very conscious of the impact of South Korea on their society. And so they are experiencing light and darkness at the same time, and this actually is impacting the North Korea-China-Russia axis, which we are discussing through this session. So we are seeing that by providing ammunitions, North Korea is becoming very close with Russia, and that is raising the prestige of North Korea on the international stage. In terms of the economy, they are able to survive in the current economic situation by providing ammunition to Russia. We talked about 6,700 containers, and that would be about 2.5 million ammunition, and per ammunition, it's about 6 million won. And if we just calculate half of that, because the specifications in the North Korean ammunition is low, that would mean that it would be 60 to 70 billion going into North Korea, and labor from North Korea is going to Russia. And so the 60 to 70 billion could be in cash, it could be in energy, it could be in food, which means that it actually will be the lifeline for the very difficult economy in North Korea. In terms of diplomacy, they are working on advancing their nuclear program, and currently they are violating various sanctions and UN Security Council resolutions, and now they are able to hide through Russia. Russia is one of the members of the UN Security Council, and so by siding with them, the sanctions and resolutions are not functioning against North Korea, and Russia is leading the violation of various sanctions and resolutions, which opens the way for North Korea to take even more bold actions. And so taking this into consideration, provocations on the Korean peninsula can also be a higher possibility because of this situation. In terms of military power, we are seeing that strategic threats are being heightened both in Europe and on the Korean peninsula. Most recently in Ukraine, we have seen that the number of ammunition used between Ukraine and Russia is 1 to 5, and this overwhelming ammunition being shot by Russia is coming from North Korea. And so we are seeing a prolonged Ukraine war, and North Korea has now become a very important variable in this equation. And in return, we do believe that military technology is going from Russia to North Korea, and we are estimating that it is including satellite technologies, because last year there were 2 failures in launching reconnaissance satellites, but there was a successful launch very recently in just a short amount of time. And one Dutch scholar has mentioned that this reconnaissance satellite actually has the capability of changing orbit in space. And so, although we do not believe that this is a big issue on our security, but if they are able to change orbit in space, that really is a big development in their technology. And as Dr. Cha has mentioned, up until now, Russia has been quite hesitant in transferring military technology to even China. But the war in Ukraine is linked to the very political life of Putin. And so I think Putin is very different before the Ukraine war and after the Ukraine war. And so we need to keep that in mind when we analyze the dynamics between North Korea and Russia. Taking that into consideration, in order to stop Russian military technology going to North Korea, of course, Russia talks about the red line with South Korea, but we also need to continue to work with Russia so that the Russian military technology is not transferred to North Korea. We need to make sure that Russia knows that we will not stand by if this happens. We need to work through the U.S. ROK Alliance channel or the Korea-China channel, the Korea-U.S. Japan channel to make sure that we let Russia know that we will not stand by when Russian technologies flow into North Korea. And as our moderator has mentioned, the North Korea-Japan relations, allow me to elaborate on this point. Last year, we have seen some secret talks between North Korea and Japan, and this was mentioned by the Japanese officials, and the Kishida administration, ever since stepping into office, has been interested in solving the kidnapping problem. And so Kishida has always mentioned that he is willing to meet Kim Jong-un at any time in order to find solutions to the Japanese people that have been kidnapped by North Korea in the past. And they have opened channels for dialogue with North Korea. Having said that, realistically, will Prime Minister Kishida actually go to North Korea for a Japan DPRK summit? I don't believe that this can actually happen. The kidnapping issue is a zero-sum game because either side cannot find middle ground. Are these Japanese alive? Are these Japanese no longer alive? And if so, do the remains remain in North Korea? And so this really is a zero-sum game, and therefore it's difficult to find progress in this area. Yes, thank you very much.
So, as you mentioned, Korea has to issue a warning to Russia about this technology and military transfer to the DPRK. Thank you. Now, I'd like to invite Ambassador Wee.
Minister, thank you for your introduction. And I do believe that the host has selected a very timely and appropriate topic. Before I approach this topic, I would like to share with you the backdrop to this topic. The deterioration of U.S.-DPRK relations after the failure of the Hanoi summit has led to North Korea building their nuclear programs, and they have been faced with more sanctions. Russia invaded Ukraine, and now they are faced with more sanctions by the West. But North Korea is now stepping closer to Russia. And at the same time, the competition between U.S. and China has escalated. Taking this situation into consideration, as well as the change of government in South Korea, and how South Korea is now taking steps closer to the ROK-U.S.-Japan partnership. And so we can see North Korea responding to that axis as well. In particular, Russia and North Korea had a summit, and they have emphasized military cooperation. So you can see that Russia is taking steps ahead of China. There are a few reasons. Because of the U.S.-Russia relations. The U.S.-Russia relations actually is escalating further than the U.S.-China relations. And the reason why Russia is moving before China is related to the diplomatic style of Russia. When Russia meets uncomfortable situations, Russia always had a diplomatic style of expressing this out loud. They use both diplomatic and military measures to express themselves. And what is interesting is that North Korea has similar diplomatic styles. And so that is probably why Russia and North Korea are moving together at a faster pace. Of course, China is also against U.S.-led security alliances within the region. So from the Chinese perspective, the fact that South Korea is participating in this alliance is quite a serious situation. For the last 30 years of diplomatic ties between South Korea and China, China has made a lot of efforts to become closer to South Korea, but now they probably see that those efforts have not now led to zero results. But China, rather than outrightly expressing themselves, they actually prefer to slowly pressure and contain. China is currently pressuring South Korea. For example, they are warning South Korea against being too pro-U.S., and they are also showing the tendency to not be favorable to requests by South Korea. Taking this into consideration, the cooperation between North Korea, China, and Russia is expanding to the military domain. And we are seeing that there are many military exercises by China and Russia close to the Korean peninsula. Of course, the nuclear threat by North Korea is escalating, and the act of China and Russia violating international order is being seen, and therefore deterrence is very important for South Korea, and deterrence can be provided through stronger U.S.-ROK alliance. But realistically, we also need to make sure that we take into consideration the response by China, Russia, and North Korea. South Korea has a very unique security agenda. First, we need denuclearization of North Korea, peace on the Korean peninsula, and third, ultimate reunification of the Korean peninsula. And so, in order to pursue these three unique agendas in South Korea, we cannot afford to be hostile with China and Russia, because then this ultimate agenda would be impossible. And so, given this situation, we need to strengthen our cooperation with U.S. and Japan for deterrence, but at the same time, we also need to manage our relations with China, North Korea, and Russia. And so that really is the dilemma that we have at hand. So it is a very difficult problem. We cannot avoid this, and so we need to well manage the situation. Thank you.
So from the perspective of Korea, he laid out a number of dilemmas and challenges that we need to respond to. I believe they are of significant importance. Now, cooperation between the DPRK and Russia, and cooperation among Russia, the DPRK, China, and their implications were discussed in the initial remarks. Now, let us think about the nature of cooperation among these three countries, the DPRK, China, and Russia, and how strong their alliance or solidarity would be. And in response, we need stronger solidarity among the like-minded countries, as Alison mentioned. Then, in response to this triangular collaboration among China, North Korea, and Russia, how can we join forces to weaken this alliance, weaken these ties? In my personal opinion, I believe that North Korea, China, and Russia are aligning their interests for the sake of interests, not necessarily because they have solid foundation for cooperation, because they do have different strategic goals. So, to Alison, I would like to ask a question. If we see that the ties between China, North Korea, and Russia, what do you think are the characteristics of these ties? What are the weaknesses of these ties among Korea, North Korea, China, and Russia? How can we respond to them? For instance, last year in San Francisco, there was a summit between the U.S. and China, and then some see that there has been improvement in the Sino-U.S. relations. Do you think that this improvement in the Sino-U.S. relationship is enough to use China to weaken the ties between Russia and North Korea, or increase leverage? Or do you think the Sino-U.S. relationship is not there yet? So I would appreciate your comments on that.
Thank you, Minister. Very good questions. To the first part of the question, what is the nature of the relationship? And between Russia and North Korea and China, I think it's, in some ways, it's a triangle relationship of convenience because of the strength of the U.S. and our other partners working together. I think it's convenient on some level, but also mutually reinforcing for the reasons that we've talked about. Russia is getting something from North Korea. North Korea is getting something from Russia. China feels the need to, I think it was very well put, that it's quietly staying out of things and trying, at least verbally trying to provide under the table some support, and then providing support ideologically, sorry. But I would say also, I want to point out one thing, that Russia and North Korea meeting together in many ways was an effort to put some distance between them and China. I think it was, as has been discussed, China was not very happy about the two leaders meeting in Vladivostok, and I think quite concerned about that. And, sort of looking at it from the outside, North Korea has always looked for a way to not to depend on China so much. Sometimes that was with their engagement with the United States. That wasn't working anymore, or didn't work, and so now they're relying more on Russia, and that's why I said what I did in the beginning about this reduces China's leverage over North Korea, because what China's leverage is based on what it controls that North Korea needs. So whether that's fuel or food, status, sort of the status of Kim meeting with Xi Jinping, as was talked about earlier as well. Now North Korea is getting that from Russia, so how can China exert control over North Korea? It's become more difficult. And so that leads to the second part of your question. Does the trajectory of improved ties that between the United States and China, at least that's what it looks like from the outside. You have more meetings taking place between the leaders of the United States and the leaders of China, and the effort that's being put into improving that relationship by Washington. Does that make it more accessible for us to call on China to help us with North Korea? I would say no. I'd like to say hard no on that. I don't think that we should be calling on China to help us with North Korea. Number one, because of the leverage issue that I just mentioned, and because China, I think, will try to exact some cost from us for cooperating on North Korea. And I don't think we can, I don't think that's in our interest. From the US perspective, I think also from the Korean perspective, it's not in our interest to become beholden to China to ask for that. The second part of my answer to that question would be that, and I'm conscious of the fact that I'm sitting next to an ambassador, former ambassador to China, so, but these are my own views. The second part of that is our experience with witnessing China take action on North Korea. I think 2017 is a very good example, provides a very good case study on that. We all remember that year of fire and fury, and what seems like really tame now compared to what the kind of missile tests, ICBMs, et cetera, that North Korea has been doing over the past couple of years. But in 2017, it was unprecedented to have 2 ICBM tests, a nuclear test, and it felt very dangerous. It was a very dangerous time. And we saw China take action at the UN on multiple occasions, cooperating on signing on to UN Security Council resolutions and actually implementing those resolutions. Why? For 2 reasons. Because they were scared, and they were in pain. And the pain was caused by the fear. They were afraid that we were going to actually have a conflict with North Korea and what that might result in for China, the pain that would cause for China overall. So I mentioned that because I think it's going to take the pain or the fear of brinksmanship, which we've talked about. Perhaps we're entering into a new cycle of brinksmanship by North Korea, but it's going to take that kind of brinksmanship to really bring China into the mix, and they will come because of their own reasons, not because we ask them, and that's how we should allow them to come. They should take action because it's in their interest not to have North Korea and Russia creating a more difficult situation than it already is. Perhaps I'll stop there, but those are my views.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you.
그 중요한 지적들, 특히
Thank you for pointing out the very important factors related to the relations with China and Russia. And the leverage of China over North Korea is not as large as we would think, and the fact that it is shrinking has been pointed out. And she has also pointed out the implementations. Ambassador Shin, in your initial remarks, you talked about how China has the basic stance to emphasize peace and stability on the Korean peninsula. But on the other hand, the cooperation between North Korea and Russia is not only reducing the influence of China on the Korean peninsula, but that cooperation is a negative factor against peace and stability on the Korean peninsula. The more DPRK and Russia cooperate, Kim Jong-un could become even bolder, and the possibility of provocations will increase. What is the leverage that China has over DPRK if it still exists? For example, if DPRK attempts the 7th nuclear test, how much of an impact can China have to curb the behavior of North Korea? We would like to ask you for your comments.
Thank you. First of all, the leverage of China over North Korea, whether they do have leverage or how much is that leverage? This is an interesting and important question, and you may have different opinions about this. As you mentioned, between North Korea and Russia, the ties have become closer. This may mean that China's influence over North Korea has been weakened. And at the same time, externally, China often claims that they do not have much influence over the DPRK. But in my view, nevertheless, despite all of these, when you think about food or energy or trade, North Korea still heavily relies on China. So if there's emergency or if indeed necessary, then China can exercise influence over North Korea, and North Korea will have to see what China will do. And with respect to the 7th nuclear tests, in my view, China has already urged North Korea not to conduct another nuclear test. It was a message already sent from China to North Korea. So, with respect to the 7th nuclear test, we will have to see, but I believe that China will continue to try to dissuade North Korea from conducting another nuclear test. But nevertheless, when you think about the past, when North Korea conducted nuclear tests, they did not listen to China. So immediately after the nuclear test, if it happens, then China expresses their dissatisfaction and concern, which led to some subsequent actions on the part of China. So that's the historical evidence. So North Korea may not listen to China when it comes to the 7th nuclear test. But what really matters here is, in my view, that China still has quite a lot of influence over North Korea. So the international community may utilize various channels to communicate with China, including the U.S., so that they can continue to coordinate with China over North Korean issues. So there was foreign ministers meeting between Blinken and Wang Yi, and these two ministers exchanged views on the matters on the Korean peninsula, and they also agreed to work together to respond to any security issues on the Korean peninsula, including possible North Korean provocations. But China has its own national interests. So they may not act just because there was a request from other countries. And when it comes to Korean Peninsula issues, including nuclear issues, China's basic position is that the U.S. has to give North Korea what they want first. And that is why it's not easy to have any sort of meaningful dialogue on this issue. But I believe that we still need to continue to engage China so that we can persuade North Korea to not engage in any further provocations. So I'd like to argue that Korea, the U.S., and China need to engage in discussions. And also between Korea, China, and Japan, they have common interest in the region as we're all Northeast Asian countries. So I believe such a dialogue will also be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now turn to Dr. Victor Cha. In your initial remarks, you mentioned that the concern for military cooperation between North Korea and Russia is the transfer of advanced technologies, in particular, the nuclear submarine technologies. We did hear this in your initial remarks. And as a follow-up, if there is cooperation between DPRK and Russia concerning advanced military technologies, how much of an impact will it have on security for U.S. and South Korea? And concerning this, what should be the response by U.S. and ROK? It would be great if you could point this out. For example, if the North Korea nuclear submarines would go across the Pacific and arrive near San Francisco, and if missiles were launched near San Francisco, it could lead to unimaginable results. The same for the coast of South Korea as well. Another question that I do have is that North Korea doesn't seem to be interested in dialogue with the U.S., you mentioned. In the past, if we take a look at the behavioral pattern of North Korea, they would create crisis, and then that would lead to negotiations that would then translate into receiving compensation. And they would go back to creating conflicts and crisis. But are these patterns a thing of the past now? Or in the future, will North Korea continue to be not interested in dialogue with the U.S.? And if this is so, how should we respond? And at the same time, if possible, in the case of Trump being elected, how will the two axes of Korea, Japan, the U.S., and North Korea, China, and Russia change?
Thank you. That's a lot of questions. Well, first, I think the impact of this more advanced technology would be to basically to try to undermine the U.S. extended nuclear deterrent guarantee to its allies and to try to create doubt in the minds of both Americans and South Koreans that the United States could successfully carry out a first strike against North Korea, or would be able to, or that North Korea would have a credible, survivable nuclear deterrent. That would be, I think, the impact and the goal. It's not insignificant that North Korea recently birthed a new submarine, or a refitted submarine, diesel-powered, but it had multiple missile tubes on it, right, which was a clear indicator of what they're looking to do. A submarine, a nuclear submarine that has multiple SLBMs on it. So I think that would be the concern. And it would, if there were North Korean nuclear submarines in the Pacific or elsewhere, it would require, a lot of resources to track those. It's not impossible, but it would require resources that we don't have to devote to such a task today for North Korea. I think on the policy side, I think the question really is, should the United States still continue to pursue denuclearization or should it really focus on doing whatever it can to try to stop this North Korea-Russia relationship or try to block it in any way? And I would say that if it's the latter, it might actually turn our sensibilities about how we think about this problem set on its head, in a sense. And so to give you one example, I entirely agree with Ambassador Shin that China's not going to do any favors for the United States. But the argument that should be, I think, the argument that should be made to China is that, China obviously historically always cares about stability on the border with Korea. And right now we are in a situation where the Korean Peninsula is being pulled into the war in Ukraine in a major way, right, by both North Korea and South Korea backfilling with munitions to Ukraine as well. It's getting pulled into this war in a major way. South Korea and North Korea are probably two of the largest supplier of munitions to the war in Ukraine, more than any NATO country. So China cannot be happy with this, and it's in their own interest to do something about it. Now, my personal opinion is that the Chinese response will be, okay, let's sanction North Korea. China always hears from the United States, we want the Chinese to sanction North Korea. But I think in Chinese minds, they believe that incentives are the best way to shape North Korean behavior. So this is my point. If stopping this DPRK-Russia relationship becomes the proximate policy priority, and we're looking for some sort of Chinese role in this, it may actually be counter to the role we would want them to play in denuclearization, right? Which is actually to use sanctions, not incentives. I'm not saying I agree with that policy, but it does force us to think about these things in a way we haven't thought about before. The other thing I think it's very important to convey to China is that I think as we've talked about today, it's very likely North Korea will carry out a lot more provocations this year, a U.S. presidential election year, and there's a very good chance that some of these will be directed at South Korea. So one of the things I think that where China could be helpful, and not because they're doing it for the United States, but it's because they're doing it for themselves, is for them to convey clearly to the North Koreans that the Yoon government's massive punishment and retaliation strategy is, it's not fake, right? It's a real thing. And that the retaliation to any inter-Korean action will be swift, it will be exponential and potentially escalatory. And so a message like that would be certainly in China's interest. The last thing I'll say about Donald Trump is that I think the irony of Donald Trump winning a second term is that it could actually help to certainly reduce the provocations from North Korea. As we said over lunch, the only year in which North Korea did no missile tests was 2018, like the year of summits with Donald Trump. So it could actually help to dampen down this rampage that North Korea is on with regard to missile tests. But at the same time as it may help to lower the temperature on North Korea, it will increase conversations in South Korea about going nuclear. I think that conversation will become much more mainstream because South Koreans are very well aware of Donald Trump's views about U.S. ground troops in Korea.
네, 고맙습니다. 아주 좋은 의견을 주셨습니다.
Thank you very much for your remarks.
And for Mr. Shin and Mr. Wee, I'd like to ask the same question to both of you. We don't have much time left. This year, in 2024, North Korea is expected to start provocations. And I believe that such provocations may be motivated by the closer ties between the DPRK and Russia because Kim Jong-un may gain more confidence with Russia's support. At the same time, there's presidential election campaigning in the U.S. and the political leaders are very busy and the U.S. is involved in 2 wars around the world. So their hands are rather full, and so Kim Jong-un may see and try to take advantage of some of the loopholes in this landscape. And at the same time, there is a growing voice and demand, especially at the Congress in the U.S., for the stoppage of support for Ukraine. So such circumstances may lead to motivation or to motivate North Korea to provocate further. So in your view, based on your expertise and experiences, what will be your policy recommendations to the current government? And what is your view on these possibilities? Thank you.
Thank you. As you have mentioned, Minister, this year will be a year with high probability of provocations on the Korean peninsula, and many people believe this, including myself. Some people even talk about the possibility of a full-out war, as well as the use of nuclear weapons. I don't believe that it will escalate that far. But having said that, in the West Sea, there could be provocations or DMZ area provocations, cyber attacks. There could also be propaganda against South Korea. And so those are the types of provocations that we are looking at. Taking this into consideration, I do believe that, as Ambassador Shin has mentioned, I believe that China still has leverage over North Korea. It's not a matter of whether or not they have leverage, it's a matter of whether or not they use that leverage. So in order to encourage China to use that leverage, the U.S. should not make a deal with China, but we need to emphasize that it is in the interest of China to have peace and stability on the Korean peninsula, and we should encourage China to curb the behavior of North Korea. And so I think that should be a priority in U.S.-China talks. The Biden administration, if we take a look at their policy towards North Korea, I do believe that it's just strategic patience 2.0 following the Obama administration. Concerning the North Korean nuclear program, the Biden administration should set a high priority in terms of its foreign strategies, and strategic communication should be used, and I believe that it will lead to meaningful results. I would like to mention just one more thing. In order to improve the relations with China, the South Korean government should make more efforts, and this should be communicated with the U.S. So even if we strengthen U.S.-ROK alliance, we also need to have strategic communication in order to continue to improve relations with China. And so that is the type of position that we need to continue to share with China. Thank you very much. Ambassador Wee. Well, if we take a look at South Korea and the U.S., I think both sides are well aware. But added to that, in the case of South Korea, in particular in the case of South Korea, deterrence and pressure seems to be quite sufficient. But we also need to couple this with diplomacy. And so it's a matter of combining the three. In terms of diplomacy, first, our diplomacy towards North Korea. Currently, it's a hardline to hardline situation. And so when this continues, then the hardline to hardline policy will escalate tensions, and when a specific incident happens, then because of the confirmation bias, it could hinder rational decision-making. And so we do need to make sure that we manage these relations. If Trump moves back into the White House, then I don't believe that the U.S.-DPRK relations does not have any possibility of going back to the 2018 situation. I do believe that love letters could be shared again. And so we should not be naive in thinking that the current situation will continue. If the hardline to hardline situation between the two Koreas continues, and if the U.S.-DPRK dialogue is resumed, if Trump takes office again, then South Korea will definitely be left out. And so that is something that we have to consider in the equation. Related to Russia, the DPRK-Russia military cooperation is quite troubling. We need to contain it, we need to block it, and the current administration is making this effort in order by talking bilaterally. But the reason why bilateral talks are not going well is because there are very difficult situations to making sure that Korea-Russia bilateral relations is successful because of the Ukraine situation. And so, due to the difficult issues, the Korea-Russia dialogue cannot proceed further. We had the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Russia visiting Korea, but there were some bad news at the same time. And so the visit by the Vice Minister was not in the limelight because of the bad news that happened at the same time. So we need to be tactical and we need to be more structural in our approach. So what I would like to suggest is not just going into dialogue without finding solutions for the current situation. We need to have tactics. If I may talk about hard bargaining, we need to use the cards that Russia may not be so happy about in the hardline bargaining. So, for example, we need to let Russia know that if they violate UN security sanctions, then we will not stand by. If we take a look at the soft bargaining side, we could coordinate the level of engagement or cooperation with the U.S. concerning Ukraine. And the third method is to combine the hard bargaining and the soft bargaining. So there could be various variations. It's not just about having dialogue and not solving the situation surrounding the dialogue. And in order to keep China, DPRK and Russia in check, we could leverage China. If we take into consideration the relations between China and Russia, this does not seem feasible. In order for this to be feasible, the U.S. must shift from its full-out confrontational relations with China to have specific areas for cooperation. And these specific areas of cooperation between the U.S. and China must include North Korea and the North Korean nuclear issue. That actually is not the current situation. We have to take a look at the competency of the U.S. We are a little bit behind schedule. I will continue with the previous panel, and if there is anyone who will lose sleep over not being able to ask a question in this session, then we will just take one question from the floor.
There's someone in the back. Hello, everyone. I am reporter Lee Junhyuk from JoongAng Daily. I would like to ask a question to Ambassador Wee. So you mentioned about hard bargaining, and in dealing with Russia, can you give us some examples with hard bargaining? So can you answer briefly? So there are some lines or some things that Russia doesn't want us to do, but I'm not saying we should do them, but we believe that we can utilize them as a bargaining chips. That's what I mean by hard bargaining. Thank you for your brief answer. It is time to conclude today's session, session 2. In the session, we discussed how we could deal with North Korea, China, and Russia. These three countries have different strategic objectives. As for China, there are main differences between China and Russia. China believes that Europe is important, so China wants to have stable relationships with Europe, and China also wants peace and stability in the region, while Russia disagrees, and Russia has a different set of strategic objectives. They want to win this war in Ukraine, and after that, Russia would like to expand its influence over the European countries. Now, moving on to the DPRK, they do not really trust China and Russia. So there is historical evidence where North Korea was betrayed by Russia and China on some occasions in the past. In particular, North Korea would like to reduce their reliance on China and Russia. They want to be more independent and self-reliant. So the ties among China, Russia, and the DPRK are not as strong as some of you may think. So we need to exercise flexibility and agility in responding to these changes or these burgeoning relations. Then if we are able to do so, we can weaken the ties among these three countries, and at the same time, we can rely on the support of our like-minded countries and allies, including Japan and the U.S., so that we can strengthen our solidarity while weakening their solidarity. I would like to say thank you to the panel members for their insightful discussions. I would also like to express my gratitude to the audience for their full attention. And I would like to express my gratitude to Chairman Hong Seok-hyun, as well as President of CSIS, John Hamri, for their hosting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of session 2, titled How to Deal with North Korea, China, Russia. The three countries of North Korea, China, and Russia was analyzed very keenly, and thank you very much to the 6 speakers on stage. Thank you very much. It is currently 3:26. Let us take a 15-minute break. Please enjoy your coffee and snacks outside. I hope that the break proves to be refreshing, and we will resume at 3:41 for the last session of the day, session 3. Thank you very much. Let us now resume for the third and final session of JoongAng Ilbo-CSIS Forum 2024, titled Post-Camp David Summit Economic Security and Supply Chain. We would like to invite the panelists on stage. We have one seat missing. We have Mr. Jonathan Cheng, China Bureau Chief of the Wall Street Journal, who will participate via video. Let us now turn the microphone to our moderator for this session. We have Professor Park Tae-ho of Seoul National University.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed this session in English to save our time. I think the organizer said that it's okay to do that. We all prepared our presentation in English. Good afternoon. I would like to welcome all of you to session 3 of JoongAng CSIS Forum 2024. I am Tae-ho Park, currently president of Lee & Co Global Commerce Institute and former Trade Minister of Korea. I'm the moderator for this session on Post-Camp David Summit, Economic Security and Supply Chain. In this session, we have prominent panelists. I'm very happy to introduce them. We have two panelists from the United States, Mr. Jonathan Cheng, China Bureau Chief of Wall Street Journal. He's now in Beijing waiting for his initial remark. And Professor Sung-Min Cho, at the Asia Pacific Center for Security Studies of the U.S. Department of Defense. We also have two panelists from Korea, Professor Jae-min Lee at the School of Law of Seoul National University and Professor Sung-ju Lee at the Department of Political Science and International Relations of JoongAng University. Before we begin our session, I would like to say a few words about our time allocation for this session. We are given 75 minutes, so I will ask panelists to speak for maximum 10 minutes for their initial remarks. After one round of presentation, we'll have a brief session for additional discussions among the panelists. I will then open the floor for a Q&A session. Before we invite the panelists, let me make a brief remarks on the background of our session. As we all know, recently the scope of national security has expanded to include economic and technology areas. We can see this easily in the U.S. policies. The U.S. is implementing various measures based on economic security as the conflict between the United States and China escalates. Restrictions on the exports of semiconductor and semiconductor equipment to China and import restrictions on goods produced using forced labor are the good examples. In addition, advanced countries, including the United States, are implementing industrial policies that provide large-scale subsidies to specific industries such as semiconductor, electric vehicles, and EV batteries, and so on. Furthermore, Ukraine-Russia war is causing various sanctions against Russia, distorting the international flows of goods. In sum, the current world trade environment is really in a state of polycrisis. This is our theme of the forum. In this situation, global firms of various countries around the world are seriously damaged or affected. As geopolitical and technopolitical uncertainties are becoming serious risks, securing stable and resilient supply chain has become a top priority for both global companies and the governments. Recently, we can see the governments of major nations stepping up their efforts to help companies facing supply chain problems. For example, United States and EU have formed so-called Trade and Technology Council, TTC, to devise various measures to secure stable supply chain. The US is also making efforts to establish a stable supply chain with countries in the Indo-Pacific region. Against this backdrop, I have asked panelists to choose appropriate topics related to economic security and supply chain and prepare their 10 minutes initial remarks. So, without further ado, I would like to first invite Professor Sung-min Cho. And Professor Cho, you have 10 minutes for your initial remarks. Please.
Thank you. Thank you for nicely providing the context. So I was given a task to talk about post-Camp David economic security. I'll do that from the angle of one concept, technological alliance. So in recent years, the word technological alliance has been popularly used in the media and also government officials. South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol himself, when he traveled to Netherlands in December last year, he commented that the semiconductor cooperation between South Korea and Netherlands should be upgraded to the level of technological alliance. So he used the concept. And also the semiconductor cooperation among the US, South Korea, Taiwan, and Japan is casually called Chip 4 Alliance. But its official name is not that. Its official name is long. The US East Asia Semiconductor Supply Chain Resilience Working Group. But it is called Alliance. So it is interesting that technological cooperation among states is frequently framed as alliance, which is borrowed from military alliance. So I'd like to compare how technological cooperation is different from military alliance and its implication. But let me start with why the US and South Korea, they agreed to cooperate on semiconductor cooperation in the first place, calling it technological alliance. They share at least two common concerns about China's increasing technological influence. First is Washington and Seoul, they share a concern about China's coercive economic statecraft. And South Koreans vividly remember 2017, China's economic retaliation after THAAD deployment to Korea. The second concern is that Washington and Seoul share is China's illiberal economic practice, coerced transfer of technological information, knowledge, and also illegal theft of intellectual property. So recognizing the urgency of these problems, national leaders of the US, South Korea, and Japan, at Camp David, they agreed to strengthen cooperation on economic security alongside military cooperation. But there are at least two significant differences between military alliance and technological alliance or cooperation. The first difference is that unlike military forces, private sector companies, they have their own autonomies and interest. When it comes to military alliance, the assumption here is that militarist interests are perfectly aligned with state interest. If not, militaries are controlled by civilian leaders anyway. But South Korean companies like semiconductor companies like Samsung or American one like NVIDIA, they don't listen to the government's order. American and South Korean governments, they can regulate those companies, but they do not order about their business. That's what communist countries do. Even more, American semiconductor companies, South Korean companies, if they have a frustration about government's policy, they can publicly express that, unlike militaries. And even they have their own association to do that. For example, last year, July, the US Semiconductor Industry Association, they publicly criticized the government's policy against China as overly broad and harming the US semiconductor ecosystem. And according to the media report, Samsung and SK Hynix, they spent a record high budget to lobby in the US Congress. Militaries don't do that. The second difference is that unlike military alliance, private sector companies, they do not distinguish enemy or friend. Military alliance is all about identifying common enemy and then cooperate. But private sector companies, they are competitors against each other, but at the same time, they are also partners with each other. So the example is that when you think about U.S.-South Korea military alliance, they combine their capabilities to deter their common enemy. U.S. versus Korea and Korean militaries are perfectly in a cooperative relationship, whereas South Korean semiconductor companies like Samsung and American companies like Micron, they are not always in a cooperative relationship. Rather, they are in a competitive relationship. What about with Chinese companies? South Korea and American semiconductor companies, they are not always in a competitive relationship with Chinese counterparts because many Chinese firms are their customer as well. So when South Korean companies and American companies, they are pressed too hard to reduce trading with China, they feel frustrated and they express their frustration. So to summarize, private companies, they do not adhere to government orders. They can compete with companies of allied countries, and also they can cooperate with companies of competing countries. So there is a complication about that. So far, I describe private sector companies like a troublemaker for economic cooperation among states, but that is not my intent. My intent is totally opposite. So I like to argue that governments need to take cooperation more seriously as partner. Business leaders, they also understand restoring and upholding liberal rule-based order are in their long-term interest. So they should have a willingness to support as much as they can. Many people argue that authoritarian countries, they have an advantage to mobilize industries for strategic purpose. Compared to that, democratic governments, they need to work much harder to closely communicate, coordinate with private sectors, and that process should be stressful and painful. But it is precisely the integral part of technological competition between democracy and autocracy. But the burden is not only on the government officials, business leaders also do their part. So there was a time that the norm was any government intervention in trade or trade was regarded as a sin. It is hurting the best efficient allocation of global resources. There was the time of globalization era between early 1990s and sometime mid or early 2010s. That time is gone. So the corporations, they also need to offer how much short-term losses they can endure and support. So in that regard, government and corporations, they need a more closer and more frequent dialogue. At Camp David, the national leaders of the US, Japan, South Korea, they agreed to strengthen, improve their cooperation on technology and semiconductor. So that was already a hard-won first step achieved at the government level. The next step should be to involve corporations more deeply into the dialogue so that the policy can be more implementable and more effective. I'll stop here.
Thank you, Professor Cho. You have introduced the interesting topic, which seems to be the difference between the military and technology alliance. I think we may come back to this issue because other panelists may have something to say about this. One thing before we move on to the next speaker, you mentioned that globalization and efficient trade period has gone. You are perfectly right. These days, even general public think that domestic production is better than foreign investment or imports. This is all kind of political kind of gesture made by politicians. But anyway, even general public believe in this kind of very strange situation. So our companies having quite difficult time in this kind of polycrisis era. Let me invite Professor Jae-min Lee.
Thank you, Professor Bak. I'll just follow up with what Professor Cho just mentioned about the importance of the technological alliance and economic security cooperation among the three countries. Let me start by talking about the WTO first. just last weekend, last Saturday, 2 days ago, the WTO had the most important meeting ever, the ministerial conference in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates, for a week. And notably, it is not being covered almost at all in major newspapers or newspaper reports or news media outlets. I think this shows the current situation of the absence or lack of trade norms in many fronts of global trade, which then leads us to the importance of the concept of economic security, which again intensifies the importance of cooperation among the United States, Japan, and Korea at this critical juncture. Because the three countries are the members of the WTO. They have their own trade agreements, including Korea-U.S. FTA, including Japan, United States trade agreements. But at the same time, there are many issues that are not exactly or entirely covered by the existing trade agreements. Digital economy, one example. Supply chain reformulation is another example. And as Professor Jo mentioned, semiconductor is yet another example. They are, to some extent, they are covered by the existing trade agreements, but to some extent, they are not covered by the existing trade agreements. Then the question is what the three countries can do or what the three countries should do. I think that is the reason why the three leaders agreed to cooperate in this new terrain for the future of the three countries at Camp David last August. So I think the agreement or promise at Camp David last August is very important and very timely and crucial for many reasons. In particular, the technological alliance, which is being underscored again and again recently, is particularly important. Semiconductors and quantum technologies and artificial intelligence are particularly underscored by the three leaders at Camp David. So if the three countries can initiate and continue their cooperation and coordination in these three areas at least, then probably they can find some answers to the many outstanding questions of today, even if the WTO is struggling, even if the FTA is outdated. Still, as long as the cooperation is made and coordination is ensured, I think the three countries can at least find some answers to many critical questions at the moment. So again, Camp David agreement, Camp David consensus, or Camp David spirit is very important, particularly for the technological alliance aspect. That said, as Professor Jo correctly mentioned, the question is, while the cooperation, agreement for cooperation is at the higher level among the governments, but on the ground, the competition is just so fierce. Samsung Electronics, SK Hynix, TSMC, and Micron Technologies, they are competing so fiercely. They are making a lot of investments everywhere, and they are relocating their factories everywhere, and they are getting subsidies from their own governments for many reasons, and they are competing fiercely. So how do we ensure the cooperation, which is good and which should be done, but at the same time, how do we find the balancing point between cooperation and competition is the critical question for the three countries to move forward. Because maybe it's easy for the governments to say that we cooperate, but from companies' perspective, it's quite difficult for them to say, we are cooperating with a company X from the United States, we are cooperating from company B from Japan, but if they are competing fiercely, if their survival is on the line, if their future is on the line, I think the competition may not be so easy. So the job, or the task rather, for the three governments for now and for the foreseeable future, particularly 2024, because now we are entering the first anniversary of the trilateral agreement for cooperation, I think it's important for the governments of the three countries shows some clear roadmap of how to ensure the cooperation while managing the competition in the business world. So that is, I think, the critical task for this year. unless this is correctly done or managed properly, it will be quite difficult for the real cooperation at the practical level is achieved in these critical segments. Because again, in artificial intelligence and quantum technologies and semiconductors, the three countries are cooperating, but at the same time, they are competing fiercely. And at the end of the day, it is the companies, not the government agencies, that will help the three countries to move forward in their agreement of economic security and technological alliance. So how to accommodate their desire, how to accommodate their competition in the bigger framework of cooperation among the three countries will be the key task for the future, particularly in 2024, as the political landscape is volatile. Let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lee. You mentioned the cooperation among governments is one thing, and maybe the industries of that three countries are some specific industries or even companies are competing severely, but still we can find some area for cooperating, helping each other between government sector and also private sector. For example, kind of setting up the stable supply chain idea. It could be one thing they can cooperate together while they're competing, individually. We'll come back to this maybe later. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Jonathan Cheng. Thank you for waiting. Since he's in Beijing, Mr. Cheng will give his initial remarks online. Good afternoon, Mr. Chen. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Are you online? Okay. We cannot see you. Okay. So.
Can you see me? I'm here.
Well, good afternoon, and maybe you can start your initial remarks for 10 minutes from Beijing, please.
Sure. Thank you so much for having me, and I do want to apologize for not being able to be there in person. I would love to have been in Seoul. I was there for 6 years prior to coming to Beijing, and I miss Seoul greatly. But I am in Beijing, and I wasn't able to leave this week, partly because we have the two sessions, the big legislative meetings that happen every year in Beijing. That's happening just down the road from where I am right now. I'm in the Beijing office of the Wall Street Journal, but just at the Great Hall of the People down the road there. They're going to be having their first legislative session, the first truly post-COVID one. And so tomorrow we'll see the opening of the National People's Congress. And there we're going to get some big economic news from Beijing. And it feeds quite well into our discussion today. Because I think what we're going to get from this meeting is we will get some economic cues as to, whether or not China is going to prioritize raw economic growth as much as they have for the past few decades. Obviously, the story of our times since the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s, the 2010s, and even into this decade, we've really seen China propel the world economy in so many ways, partly because it prioritized growth almost at all costs. And I think what we're probably going to see tomorrow is that there'll be a very clear shift towards wanting to prioritize other things other than economic growth. Not to say economic growth is not important, but it's no longer the be-all, end-all. There are other things that are important. And I think if you ask what else is now important, I think the answer is precisely the topic of our panel today, which is economic security and thinking about national security. Of course, national security is not just something China is concerned about, and it's not like China just discovered that national security is important. But I think we really can see just how clearly it's become a priority. It's really increased in terms of the amount of attention that you see senior leaders give to it. You hear them talking about it all the time, and that does have a lot of economic implications. So let me just talk about that a little bit. I think the 3 years of COVID that China was isolated from the rest of the world, I think perhaps we didn't quite see it then, but I think now that COVID is finally over, you can really see that China is in a different place than it was going into the pandemic. It decided that it really needed to address a lot of economic vulnerabilities, and those are both vulnerabilities that are external, meaning from its neighbors, South Korea, Japan, or you look at the U.S., other countries that I think China feels has become more hostile to it, but also internal vulnerabilities as well. They have this real estate bubble that they've been aware of for a long time. They've talked about it for a long time. They've talked about addressing it for a long time, but it wasn't until the COVID era that you really saw them address it. And I think that is primarily for economic security reasons. I think they recognize that if the economy is going to be stressed by national security concerns, that the real estate market is really such a key pillar. They've grown perhaps too important in China's economy, and they needed to do something about that. But then there are a lot of other economic security concerns, and that is semiconductors. I think we've already heard a lot about that on this panel already from Professors Cho and from Professor Lee. But I think I think they know that the U.S. is doing everything it can to stop China from advancing on the most high-tech, the most cutting-edge semiconductors. I know in Korea, there's a lot of concern about industrial espionage, about China hiring away semiconductor talent. And I think that speaks to some of these concerns. I think we're going to see more of that continue. I think one thing that hasn't been mentioned yet, but I think we should also keep an eye on, is that you may see China start to really try to develop dominance on less cutting edge, more mature nodes when it comes to semiconductors. They may not have access to the best technology, and it's going to be hard to catch up to Samsung, to TSMC. ASML is out of reach for them now because of the US and its actions, but maybe it tries to dominate more mature nodes. And I think that's something that we need to watch, even as they do the most advanced technologies on Samsung, on TSMC, and others. So really, I think, it really has become a preoccupation in China. I think the other speakers on the panel can speak a lot to what the West and what South Korea, what Japan are doing, but I suppose I should be talking more about the China perspective here. I think China is also pretty concerned to see this talk that really started to emerge out of Europe, but now has become sort of widespread, this talk of de-risking. Beijing, I think, very, very clearly says this is actually just the same as decoupling. There's no difference here. I don't know that I agree with that entirely. I think there is a difference between de-risking and decoupling, but either way, China doesn't like it. And I think that they can see that the economy, the global economy, is splitting into two. I don't think that they're free of responsibility from this. I think a lot of this is because of things that China has done, but I think their diagnosis is correct. The world is starting to split into two. And I think that's a concern for China because its economic boom was so predicated on selling to the rest of the world. I think the human rights concerns that have been mentioned as well are definitely a very big concern. I think you saw with Volkswagen and with BASF, two big German companies that just have invested so much in China. Both of them are really, in the last few days, have seen the cost of doing business in China. And I think they are now starting to rethink. And if even the German companies are starting to rethink, I think that's a concern for Beijing. You see it with state security agencies. The spy agency here in China has started to publish cartoons. It's started to open a social media account, and it's warning about economic security concerns. It's making clear that they regard economic security as a top national security threat. So I've just given a big sort of variety of examples here, but to sum up, I think really what it comes down to is this. It's that China wants to do two things. And what they want to do is actually not that different from what many other countries want to do, but they want to keep the rest of the world as open to their companies as possible. They want to be plugged into global supply chains as much as possible. But at the same time, they want to make themselves as self-reliant as possible so that if they should get cut off, they'll still be able to manage. They'll still be able to get the natural resources they need. They'll still be able to get the supplies they need. So the best situation is one where everybody needs us, but we don't necessarily need them. And I think that's the direction that China is going towards. I may just skip some of this other stuff to just make sure I don't go over time here, but I think they do see, of course, that, you know, geopolitically it's part of a product of the geopolitics. They look around them, and if you put yourself in Beijing's shoes, they see South Korea, they see Japan, they see Australia, they see the Philippines, they see India, of course, the U.S. sort of encircling them, and they feel encircled. They look at Taiwan, which is obviously a special case, but they saw an election just a few weeks ago that cemented the status quo. They saw the Camp David Trilateral Summit, that is the theme of this panel, and the Chip 4 concept that we just heard from Professor Cho as well. They see all of this. And I think it makes them very concerned. And so part of the response is to have this counter block almost, where you have the DPRK and Russia getting closer to China, getting closer to one another, and supplying things that they need. And I think that is definitely something to watch. Although, you know, I don't know that China is necessarily happy about Russia and DPRK getting too close. That's something else to think about. But anyways, let me just sum up here because I want to make sure that we finish on time. But I think China basically knows that the world is going to become a lot more difficult in the years ahead. Partly that's because of China's own actions. It has done a lot to anger and to make its neighbors worried. I was in Korea when the THAAD deployment happened and the economic retaliation, and many other countries in the region have seen that. But there are reasons, and they would say it's because the U.S. has started to demonize us. They don't understand us. You know, Donald Trump was really arguably the one who was responsible for leading to this shift in thinking in the U.S., and they may get President Trump back again. So that's something that they're worried about. And in response, whatever the reasons for this, I think China realizes it must harden itself. It has to make itself more resilient for the difficult road ahead. And I think because it is an authoritarian government, as Professor Cho was saying, it's easier to push through policy changes in some ways. And as Professor Lee was saying, you know, in the West, you have companies that see things more as a competition, even if the governments are talking about cooperation. Within China, there's less of that concern. They can have the companies aligned with the government pretty closely if they need to. And I think those are advantages that China has. And it'll be really interesting to see how China does deal with this and whether they're able to make their economy more resilient without seeing growth really slow and really almost collapse to the point where you start to have economic, not just economic issues, but also political, domestic issues as well. And I think that's something to really watch in the years ahead. So let me wrap up there and turn it back to you in Seoul.
Thank you, Mr. Cheng. Maybe after the first round of this presentation, maybe I will come back to you, and ask whether if Korea, U.S., Japan, or IPEG, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, try to marginalize China through decoupling or possibly de-risking, is there any chance that China can retaliate with something they have their own? Please think about this and give us a brief of your opinion later. Lastly, but not least, I would like to invite Professor Seung-Ju Lee. You have 10 minutes, please.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Park, for your kind introduction. And also, I would like to take this opportunity to express my deep gratitude to Chairman Hong and President Hamlee and organizers of this conference for inviting me to this timely and invaluable venue to discuss the various aspects of the economic security. Today, I would like to share my view about the economic security as well as supply chain related issues, mainly from an angle of South Korea. In the interest of time, I would like to make 5 points and then I will try to go it over very quickly. The first point I would like to make is that the year 2019 was a turning point in terms of South Korea's economic security strategy. Before then, actually, South Korea's main thrust of the economic security strategy was reactive, mainly designed to address or deal with the direct impact of the economic sanctions or coercion from China. Actually, at that time, China's economic coercion concentrated in the final goods. So in that regard, I would say before 2019, the South Korea's economic strategy was primarily reactive. But 2019, the whole landscape of economic security has rapidly changed as we all witnessed the Japanese government decision to drop South Korea from its whitelist. At the time, the Japanese government economic coercion targeted specifically some critical materials that is absolutely needed in the production of semiconductor chips. So in that regard, I would say Korean government, together with the private sector, all of a sudden realized that one single item could stop the entire supply chain of the Korean semiconductor industry. So in that regard, the Korean government came to a conclusion that it would be a lot better for the Korea and the private sector to address this issue in a kind of the proactive manner rather than in a post hoc manner. So in that regard, South Korean government tried to reduce the Korea's dependence on Japan in the areas of materials, parts, and equipment. And then that kind of effort has been quite successful for the last several years. And the number two point I would like to make is that actually in the event of the Japanese government economic coercion against South Korea, actually Korean government quickly conducted a very comprehensive analysis of the structural vulnerabilities of South Korean industries and found that South Korea is pretty much vulnerable. Particularly over 1,000 items are structurally vulnerable, not just to Japan, but also to China. Specifically, more than 600 items are structurally vulnerable toward China. So it was about time for the Korean government to come up with a more comprehensive supply chain security strategy. So in that regard, I would say South Korea's economic security strategy has upgraded since then toward a more to tightly incorporate the supply chain securities into its economic security strategy. And the third point I would like to make is that actually Korean government does not rely on one specific policy tool. Rather, Korean government has made a lot of efforts to combine various policy tools. And its policy in the area of economic security spans around from the reshoring policy, diversification, and the tech sovereignty, industrial policy, and international cooperation. For example, in the area of tech sovereignty policy, South Korea tried to increase its tech capabilities, particularly in the areas of critical technologies. In 2022, actually Korean government enacted the so-called National Critical Technology Act and also designated essential strategic technologies in the areas of 12 industries. And then Korean government tried to unveil the so-called Super Gap R&D strategy last February. So in that policy initiative, Korean government tried to designate as many as 40 technologies to promote its technological sufficiency as well as capabilities. In that regard, I would say South Korean government tried to come up with various policy measures to enhance its own economic as well as technological security. But at the same time, I would say that the Korean government did not seek technological sovereignty for the sake of the exclusive Korea's national interest. Rather, Korean government tried to take advantage of tech sovereignty as a means to induce international cooperation with other countries. This is the place where Korea-U.S. bilateral cooperation kicks in. Actually, as is well known, the bilateral cooperation between the South Korea and the United States is the backbone of the South Korea's economic security strategy. In that regard, the Camp David agreement among Korea, US, and Japan was a kind of the pivotal moment of the South Korea's economic security strategy. There are a couple of important points I would like to address. The first one is that actually many of high technology areas are included in the Camp David agreement. So in that regard, actually, Korea could successfully upgrade the bilateral relations with the United States from security alliance to tech alliance, if I borrow the term from Professor Jo. And also, the three countries agreed to launch the pilot program of the early warning system of the supply chain. It was a kind of the welcoming sign in terms of, in the sense that actually the three countries agreed to make or create the implementation mechanisms and to see how early warning system would work in the real world. So that is going to be the very challenging task. At the same time, it would be a right direction in terms of the strengthening the supply chain. And the last point I would like to make is that some policy suggestions. The first suggestion I would like to make is that we have to be realistic, in the sense that in terms of supply chain resilience or stability, no single country can be fully autonomous. That's one of the reasons why we have to cooperate with the like-minded countries. So that is one policy recommendation. And the second recommendation would be actually the pilot program of the early warning system. Actually, the key challenge down the road is that how to multilateralize those supply chain resilience programs. So in that regard, the three countries should tightly cooperate and closely cooperate in order to move on to the next stage of the early warning system. And one last recommendation is that actually it is highly important to incorporate corporate interest into the economic security strategy. So of course, corporate interest and national interest cannot and should not coincide with each other. But on the other hand, there are overlapping areas of interest between the two entities. So in that regard, we have to come up with more systematic measure of incorporating corporate interest into the national economic security strategy. Let me stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Lee, particularly for your presentation regarding economic security and supply chain from the Korean perspective. You completed the first round of initial remarks. Let us spend a few minutes for specific issues. Since I raised this question to Mr. Cheng, he's not here, but China's position in terms of its views on trilateral cooperation or Indo-Pacific economic framework kind of approach by the United States, how China will react. Let me ask Mr. Cheng first, and then maybe I can hear from other panelists. Mr. Cheng there in Beijing?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Could you briefly touch upon this issue?
Sure. I mean, obviously, I don't think they're happy to see these countries join hands. I think that you can see that part of the strategy in Beijing is to try and weaken ties between South Korea, Japan, and the U.S. Of course, there are historical issues that they can lean into. You can see them talking a lot about Fukushima water release and other things like this that they hope will help to weaken those ties. But, I think ultimately they do have limited options because you can see public polling in every country shows that people just are not feeling as warm towards China as they used to. And that is a trend that I think is going to continue. So I think what you see from China is you will see them try to become as self-reliant as they can. I know we just heard from Professor Lee, this idea that no country can become totally self-sufficient, but China is a big country and they do have a lot of resources at their disposal. And I think they're going to try to do that as much as possible. They talk a lot about choke points here in China, of trying to remove choke points where our opponent can almost strangle us, and we should be improving our choke points. So they talked about things like rare earth metals, which China does have quite a dominant position in, partly because many countries that did used to process rare earths, they decided it was not environmentally friendly enough. They wanted to move out of that, but that gives some room for China to be able to exert some leverage, although they have to be concerned about overusing that. I think, you know, if they are not able to use economic coercion or either carrot or stick to try to keep companies here and to keep trade ties going, I think what they're definitely going to try to do, and they're already doing this, is to try and develop closer ties with the global south, where they already do have a more warm reception to China in these countries. And I think you're going to see them start to try to export more to these countries. There is great risk here, because if you are China and you give up the wealthy countries of the world and instead you're trying to sell more to the global south, there's not as much purchasing power there. And I think there's also a risk there too, that you flood their markets with Chinese goods, and that's going to make them upset. So there's no good path for China here. I think there is a lot of risk all around, but they are trying to think of ways to offset some of what is happening here. But I think a lot of it may just be hope that the West cannot stay united, that I think from their perspective, if Donald Trump were to come back to office, that might increase strains again between the US and Europe. It might increase strains between the US and South Korea or Japan or India or other countries. And nobody really knows what would happen in that scenario. But I think there is some hope here in Beijing that the unity of the West, and I'm including Korea, I'm including Japan, I'm including Australia in that conception of the West, that they can't hold together for very long. And I think if you look at Ukraine and Western support for Ukraine, I think that question is starting to come to the forefront. And I think they're hoping that that might also apply out here in Asia as well.
Thank you. Professor Cho?
Yes, the question is about China's response about strengthened technological cooperation among the US, South Korea, Japan, and other allies. And the concern here on our part, US and allies, is China can economically retaliate, weaponize other countries' interdependence on Chinese economy. But China is also in dilemma, especially in semiconductor area. There are many choke points that are dominated by the US. One example is EUV lithography technology provided by ASML in Netherlands. The ASML provides 85 to 90% of EUV equipment, and the other 5 and 10% are provided by Nikon or Canon of Japanese companies. And that gives monopoly power to Netherlands, ASML. But if you know that 20 to 30% of the materials and small equipments to make EUV lithography machine in Netherlands are produced by companies in California. And then 40% of the equipment to make that ASML lithography equipment is also produced by other European countries. And Japan also provide the small equipment and materials, about what I read is about 8%. So the US and allies are supporting ASML to make the EUV equipment, which is dominating the market. And then that means it is relatively easy for the US to impose its will to limit access, ASML's technology access to China. And compared to that, China has not much card to play. So China wants to retaliate, but it doesn't have much cards to use. So what it does is it pretends to retaliate by limiting the export of germanium or gallium, or sanctioning Micron, American company Micron in China. But that doesn't have a real impact on the US economy. It pretends to signal that China can retaliate, but internally it doesn't have much choice.
Okay. Well, you know, you are right. You are saying that China doesn't have much card to play, but this kind of alliance or cooperation by government actually hurt private sectors. For example, the ASML cannot export equipment to China. Samsung, SK Hynix are suffering. And also IRA, Inflation Reduction Act, says that if you use anything from China, you are not getting any subsidies, which means that a lot of other alliance countries, private sectors are suffering. So, you know, China has no card, but at the same time, this kind of U.S. policies are hurting their allies' private sectors. Professor Lee, you want to add something on China's position or private sector's position?
Sure, thank you. I think, of course, the three countries' cooperation is very threatening to China, and it will be more so as we proceed, because the three countries are now enhancing their cooperation, particularly in semiconductor area, and the design of China's economic coercion may not work as it used to be. So this seems to be quite threatening in the eyes of China. But at the same time, I think China will make efforts to establish its own circle, its own supply chain, its own the cooperation network for the future. So that will be the future efforts of China. IPEF, the 11-country cooperation network, and three countries cooperation and economic security are all related to those countries' stance toward China. So China will take its own action as well by establishing its own small or blocked supply chain or trade network, investment network to overcome the current situation. I mentioned artificial intelligence and quantum computing and semiconductors as key areas of trilateral cooperation. Among the three, in artificial intelligence and quantum computing technologies, China and the United States are competing neck and neck. They are very close. So except semiconductors, where three countries are dominating with Taiwan, but for these two areas, China, I think China still believes it has a chance to overtake the United States if it continues to put subsidies and governmental support for technological development. Maybe that's the effort of China to overcome the current deadlock.
Professor Lee, I want to ask you a simple question. I mean, very ordinary question, because you know, Professor Lee from JoongAng University, we depend on China for many critical materials and parts and components, but at the same time we belong to, you know, very tight cooperation with the United States. So U.S. is also important, and China is also important for Korean business sectors. How do we, you know, manage to survive in this kind of situation?
Yeah, thank you for your question. Before addressing to your question, I also would like to make some remarks about China's strategy in terms of in dealing with the trilateral cooperation. I agree with the other panelists as they say that China is quite likely to impose economic sanction, economic coercion onto other countries, particularly the country that China think as a weak link. So we cannot rule out that possibility. But at the same time, the three countries don't have to over-securitize this issue because actually, if you look at the case of, again, the Triple Alliance, actually, in a sense, it was a misnomer. As Professor Cho correctly pointed out, the formal official title is that the U.S. East Asia Semiconductor Supply Chain Resilience Cooperation Working Group. So actually, we don't have to securitize every single issue. So actually, we better focus on the natural cooperation based on their comparative advantage of each country. And another card that China can play with is that Chinese government particularly try to make every effort to nurture endogenous companies, regardless of whether it is effective or not. So, and the third option is that the Chinese government try to increase the production capacity, particularly in the area of legacy chips. And the discussion within China, as far as I know, is that actually they try to make the U.S. and other countries rely on China's legacy chips. So that would be another card they can play with. And going back to your question is that actually diversification would be the one way of dealing with kind of dual challenge. Actually, one thing we have to keep in mind is that actually diversification effort started as early as 2013 in the case of Korea. That means actually South Korean government made a kind of the preemptive move before the outbreak of the U.S.-China strategic competition, as well as the outbreak of the global spread of the COVID-19. So in that regard, I would say the Korean government should play a role of facilitator rather than taking the lead. So that has been going on by the private sector for the last several years.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a few minutes left. But I will invite a few questions, not to anybody who cannot sleep overnight without giving us a question, but we can invite questions. Please raise your hand and ask a panelist a couple of questions on economic security and supply chain. Nobody? Well, maybe. Okay. Give the microphone. Yeah. Please identify who you are and please be brief.
Yeah, I'll do my best. My name is Louis Hale. I'm from Korea-U.S. My question very quickly is, what actual policy recommendations would you make in the area of encouraging business cooperation, given that the business incentive is to compete and we know IP is tightly controlled? Yeah, I'll end my question there. Do you have any solid policy recommendations in that area?
To the business community?
To the business community, yes. Encouraging cooperation.
Okay. Anybody? Mr. Cho?
Yes, I would proudly say that we don't have a good answer for the question because we just arrived to that question after discussion of some idea how governments can cooperate first to deal with China's or authoritarian countries' coercive economic statecraft. Like just at the beginning of 21st century, so when Clinton administration tried to link the human rights issue with China's trade condition, most favored nation, the business community could change government's policy to de-link the issues. To that extent, business communities have an influence. And then in 2017, for South Koreans, China's economic retaliation over that was a shock. It was unthinkable before. And then because it was shocking and unprecedented for South Koreans, American allies also didn't have a good idea how to support South Korea. Later during the COVID, Americans also realized the danger, the problem of over dependence on of China, let's say. So there was a realization that countries should cooperate to address this economic coercion from other countries. And then from 2 years ago, there was an idea that comes out of, for example, Professor Kim Sung-han come up with the idea of economic version of extended deterrence, and then Professor Cha come up with the idea of collective resilience. So that's the policy idea that can be implemented at the government level. Now, after having this answer that we need to import some security concept in the economic area to deal with this economic threat from other countries, now we reached this level that now then what? How do we address the business community's interests? By far, I read the two solutions. One is the governments, they cooperate to provide compensation for companies' economic loss. But I don't think that that's really a viable option. And then the second argument is that, so the Biden administration, they they, in response to criticism that this wholesale export control against China is too damaging, even to American companies. So Jake Sullivan came up with this idea of high fence and small yard. But that motto is still remained as a motto. So the argument is that the US government needs to specify the list of items that they really want to focus on limiting export control to China. But so that's the ideas that I read by far, which is not my opinion. And then that we need to think more how to reflect the corporation's interest in this policy, government policy.
Well, to give your answer to you, actually, I read a newspaper, in Korean newspaper. They survey the CEOs of many companies in Korea. What's the most important issue facing you? They say that the geopolitical issues. So then what do we do? Pay attention to the situation. Every day they are changing. Every country, major countries are introducing different act and legislation. Especially EU is, legislating many different laws, carbon adjustment, border adjustment act, and key material act. There are many acts, and private companies do not just listen to the government. They have to themselves find out what's going on outside and prepare how to overcome this kind of restrictions and phenomena. It's not an easy task, but that's the thing they have to do. Otherwise, they will be unexpectedly hurt or damaged by this kind of geopolitical or techno-political kind of situations. Mr. Cheng, do you want to say anything to Korean business people or even business community in Japan, US, and Korea?
I think the main message is that I think there is a lot of concern here in China about the future. I think Professor Cho made a good point that China doesn't have a lot of good tools. A lot of its retaliatory moves are primarily symbolic. I mean, again, you could see with THAAD, they went after K-pop, they went after Lotte, which is, those are important industries, but they're visible, high-profile ones that aren't exactly the core of the South Korean economy. And so I think that you saw that with Australia as well. When China had problems with Australia, they targeted a lot of Australian industries, but not coal, because China itself was reliant on Australian coal. So with each of these actions, you can see that there are points of leverage for every one of these countries. And I think if there is unity across many of these Western allies, I think that is something that is concerning to China. But that's not something that any one company can do. It does require governmental coordination. It requires intergovernmental coordination, and it needs to be sustained, and it's very difficult. And I think China recognizes the difficulty of that. It's not a democratic country, but it knows how democracies work, and it knows that just because a country is doing one thing one day, they know that an election can change, and overnight you may lose that unity. And so I think that's really the challenge. And when you listen to Secretary of State Blinken or Jake Sullivan in the US, they talk a lot about unity and trying to maintain this, because I think they've recognized as well how important that is. And that really is kind of the battle on both sides here.
Thank you, Mr. Cheng. Speaking from Beijing, we appreciate your participation. Well, without any more questions from the floor, I'd like to close our session now. I will not try to summarize the discussions we have today. Before closing, I would like to thank again all the panelists and their excellent contribution, and also thank all the participants in the audience. Lastly, but not least, we would like to thank the organizers and staffs of the JoongAng Ilbo-CSIS Forum 2024 for their excellent preparation. Thank you very much, and hope to see you all again next time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us throughout the third session as well. The third session was titled Post-Camp David Summit, Economic Security and Supply Chain. We were able to listen to our four gentlemen on stage as well as our panelists joining us from Beijing. Thank you very much. Another big round of applause for our panelists, please. This brings us to the end of the JoongAng Ilbo-CSIS Forum 2024. Thank you very much for joining us both online and also on site. Thank you very much for joining us today. The discussions that we have shared today will contribute to formulating policies to overcome the complex crisis surrounding the Korean peninsula. I am Song Eun-kyo. Thank you very much and good night.